Hi, everybody. Hello, and welcome back to the final day of the AI Experience Summit. I am Bricia Ceja Ibarra, Director of Learning and Community here at Hacking HR, and I will be your host for the day. So we would love to know where you are tuning in from. And we'll also love to know if you are new to our Hacking HR community. Let us know in the chat where you are joining us from in the world. And also if this is your first time here at Hacking HR. And if you have been here before, let us know if you have joined us in a summit or maybe in one of our certificate programs. So thank you so much for being here with us today. We also have some of our Hacking HR team members live in the comment section today. So if you have any questions, they will be ready to jump in and answer. They will also be sharing some useful links for all of us here today. So make sure that you keep an eye in the chat and stay engaged. I would like to thank our sponsors for this summit. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you so much to HiBob, Talent Lab, Workday, Preflight AI, and Papaya Global. Before we jump right into the panels for today, I do have a little reminder for you all. Make sure, if you haven't done so, to check out the website for the summit. It is the AIXsummit.com website, which I know our team will be posting in the chat. And remember to officially register for this summit if you haven't taken the minute to do so. Once you register, you'll get access to all sort of wonderful goodies and giveaways, including 3 months of free access to Read AI. So thank you, Read AI, for that. Also, once you are enrolled as a free member of Hacking HR, you'll receive a digital certificate of completion for attending this summit. And even better, if you are a Hacking HR Premium or Premium Plus member, you'll receive a digital certificate as well as HR education credits and a digital Pearson badge. So make sure that you go into the website and register for this summit. And everyone that is joining us will get access to an ebook about the summit containing all of the key insights and HR resources early next week. So make sure that you keep an eye out for that. So that's why it's so important that you officially register for this summit on the website so we can put together all of these amazing giveaways and send them to you. All right, so I see some familiar names in the chat, so thank you so much for being here. It's so great to see you. And let's jump right in, okay? So over the last 2 days, we have covered a lot of ground. We started with leadership, and then we moved to execution, and now we finish with the infrastructure, the things that hold everything together. And to moderate our first panel of this day, let me bring on stage Anna. Anna, if you're around. Hi, Anna. How's it going?
Going very well. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our attendees.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And also, if you don't know, Anna is also one of our community leaders for the Hacking HR Boston chapter. So if we got people here that are in Boston or surrounding areas, make sure that you connect with Anna because they are doing amazing work over there at the Boston chapter. So thank you so much, Anna, for being here. I will leave it up to you, and I will see you all in a little bit. Thank you.
Great. Welcome, everyone, to day 3, and thank you, Brizia. Today we're going to be talking about governing AI when it's everywhere. We're going to be joined by three panelists who live and breathe AI as they're navigating the space. And so we'll talk about the scales and stakes, move to the foundations and ownership, discuss culture and the employee experience, and then cover pacing and incident before closing with what does, or rather should, the future look like when we're talking about AI. So we'll be joined momentarily by our three panelists, Diana, Nicole, and Ron, and I will have them introduce themselves. Here they are. Welcome, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the session. Before we start, I would love each of you to give kind of like a 30 to 45 second overview of your background or why you're here talking about AI. And we'll do it in alphabetical order. So we'll start with Diana.
Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. So happy to be here. Thank you, Anna. And my name is Diana Waller. I'm Chief Human Resources Officer for a company named Travel Brands and also HIS Canada and HIS Americas. So what we do, we provide travel services across Canadian and American regions. And our mother company is actually in Japan. So we have over 15,000 employees within 50 countries within our mothership. Very happy to be leading the HR, the strategy, and the people culture role. And of course, very happy to be here with all of you today.
Great. Thank you, Diana. Nicole.
Hi, my name is Nicole Lemaire. I'm based out of Europe in the Channel Islands. I actually live on a small island without any cars, etc. Everything is feet or cycles. And I work in people transformation, focusing specifically more and more on the ethics for AI, which is quite challenging, but a lot of fun as well.
Great. Thank you, Nicole. And last but not least, Rob.
Thanks, Anna. So my name's Rob Fanshawe. I've got over 2 decades of global people, product, and operations experience. Currently founder and CEO of Verisum. We're building trust infrastructure for the age of AI, essentially a runtime layer that lets organizations govern AI as it's happening everywhere with cryptographic proof of who authorized what, where it really matters. And I guess I'm here because the most important shift in AI governance in my view, is from policy on paper to enforcement in real time. And because of our unique role in HR, that change really matters for us. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Rob. So let's jump right in. Diana, as a CHRO leading transformation, how do you ensure AI scales responsibly without slowing innovation?
Yeah, that's a great question. And let's be honest, we all see the bigger word transformation. Of course, AI is coming into it. So how can we make sure we do it responsibly? Number one, we have to make sure we have the right governance in place. That's very, very key. I just shared about you, of course, having the Japanese motherhood and of course our Canadian organization in travel. You have to make sure the governance is in place. And I would say this, not the organizations that are moving the fastest are succeeding within the AI world nowadays, but the ones that are creating trust while moving ahead. So it's very important to start with a proper mindset, because governance should not be viewed as just like, that brake pedal, but more of a guardrails. Here are the instructions. This is how we are supposed to be doing it, but definitely optimize AI, because the future is so bright by using it in collaboration, of course, with the human beings. So I would say by shifting this mindset, I would think about 3 important core principles to answer this question, Anna. I would say first, people should really understand what AI looks like, and also what is the capabilities of it. So that will take away the fear of them. Oh my goodness, it's going to be taking away my jobs, or what is going to be happening, right, within my role going forward. So if they have that clear understanding, that's a very, very important core principle. Secondly, I would say all this AI literacy should not become just like a simple business capability, right? Just like it has to be embedded in the business strategy, and also to advise the people truly how AI works. Once it's becoming part of the business core, everybody's going to be embracing it in a different way. And last but not least, I would say it's so important to have the leadership modeling. If your leaders don't use it, don't expect your people to use it, right? So once you have, the leaders just like, starting experimenting it, maybe create some committees in case, because I know people are in different stages of using AI, but the more the people are seeing their leaders embrace it and using it and understanding it, they're going to be following their leaders, and they are going to be starting that, that confidence. And that's what we actually did within Travel Brands. We started truly our model about listening, understanding. We are using bots already within, of course, our travel agents within their jobs, but also even in coming to HR, we started saying, if the people truly understand, it is innovation, but right now is actually going to be having an additional layer by using AI and actually enhancing our innovation and making it even better. So when the people see they are part of the journey, they will make it happen and they will embrace it joyfully.
Yeah, it sounds, Diana, like you're saying this is basically, there's this recipe and playbook to follow, similar with other HR initiatives, right? You got to do it thoughtfully, you got to do it carefully, you got to do it right, and Absolutely. So there are the steps involved. Yeah, that's perfect. Rob, turning over to kind of like the culture and the employee experience, when AI systems start making consequential people recommendations, right? In the terms of like screening candidates, surfacing performance signals, setting pay. What's the practical mechanism that ensures the policy on the page actually shapes what the AI does rather than sitting beside it as a separate reference document?
Yeah, sure. I think what Diana said is exactly right. So if we take that piece as being well constructed, well thought through, appropriate for the business needs and the employee experience. Honestly, I think something we have to sort of accept in this new era is that policy reviews and audits will actually never sort of keep pace. So the reality is that we basically just need to make sure that to make sure that it continuously evolves. The model that keeps pace is where the governance is as continuous to the AI that it governs. It's not a process improvement, it's a sort of different architecture that we need to think about. And I just believe that that ownership point on who is accountable is something that we really need to rework.
Yeah, thank you. And Diana, you talked about, how laying that infrastructure, having leadership kind of model that behavior is so critical. And so, what does AI adoption look like? It starts with the technology, but it succeeds or fails with the people, right? They're kind of the end users. So how do leaders create a culture where employees trust and embrace AI?
Yeah, that's a great question as well. I would say, again, it starts from the top and it has to start with the proper communication. So I'll give clear example how we did within our organization. So first and foremost, we learned the governance principles from our mother company. And then what we actually did a session in collaboration with our chief IT officer, because of course it is technology to your points, but it has also to come from people, and we actually join together in doing a presentation to truly get the people to understand what AI means for organization, what they can actually do, how they can actually use it. And that communication, which was a webinar, of course, in a virtual world, we are across Canada, as you can imagine, was actually followed by a proper communication from human resources, attaching our AI use policy. So this way, not only that we met the governance checkmark, but also people felt, and of course they felt heard because we answered all the questions, but they also listened directly from the leaders. So they can actually understand, how can I do it? Because let's be honest, if you think people don't use AI, yes, they use it left, right, and center, everyone nowadays, and so they should. But if you don't guard that experimentation in certain way, then the security, the company protection, the information might go out there in the universe, and maybe not necessarily if you really want the data, right, to be hanging out there. So you have to be very, very certain. So the presentation was, of course, speaking about the policy, was exactly about giving the people the guidelines, and then from the IT perspective, offering the people the security and all the information, what they can do. So we are a Microsoft shop. In our case, we are using Copilot mostly. So how you are supposed to be using Copilot, how can it help you and everything. And then, once that webinar happened, your point, how can you instill to making sure it's done right? Then we got the leaders to literally work together with their teams, because it's just like one simple communication won't do anything. You have to continue the education going forward, and that's what we are continuing to do right now. So we have multiple departments, because let's be honest, finance might be doing a certain, project versus compared to HR or versus technology, right? They might going to be using it on a more advanced manner. So truly every single departmental need is being covered, and maybe some departments are doing more in technology and some departments are doing less. But as long as there is that proper communication coming from the top down, then the people feel secure and they really, really feel, they actually enjoy using it, and they actually feel this innovation with AI rather than being afraid, oh my goodness, how can I use it? Can I use it? Where shall I use it? So I think it's all coming up again, communication, leadership, practice, and then making sure you continue to use it, because it is a practice.
Yeah, thank you. And Nicole, just like Diana just laid out, like what is the proper order? What are the proper high notes to address in order to do this properly, right? Sometimes employees will still look at it as this very opaque black box, or maybe they're just going to be overwhelmed with the AI governance. So how do you feel, how can a company simplify that if it feels overwhelming, right? It's a change. It's now there's additional governance, and then there's, how do people embrace it and in bite chunks?
It really depends on also the size of the company. I think that's probably one of the bigger parts, but overall the framework is very, very similar. So when a company asks me to kind of how to get ready, I usually actually tell them not to start with kind of AI governance or regulation. So that might sound backwards for many, but actually it's about regulators are usually behind the technology. So if you prepare for one specific rule, you might get blindsided kind of by the neck. So I think the most important thing is to pick a single AI feature that you shipped last year, this year, and really try to reconstruct the decision trail behind it, right? So who signed it off, what risks were weighed, why it went live, what has been monitored since. And we can all do this, and we actually have all of this, especially in people teams, but we may not be used to kind of this design thinking elements and the principles. So rather than what the policy says, right, or what should be done, actually what's the evidence of what you actually did? And once you have that down on paper, it actually goes quite quickly, right? So you find the lack of evidence, and now you have the evidence, and that's kind of where the gap kind of appears, and that's actually the gap that the regulations like the EU AI Act penalizes, right? So it's not about documentation written in a panic. It's about the principles, showing the whole workflow and the trail behind it. So it's really important that it becomes a habit, right? First, you'll take actually a very long time to do this, and then it gets quicker and quicker while you move forward to it.
Great, thanks, Nicole. And Rob, you talked about in your last comment about keeping pace, right? Like AI is moving so fast. We're trying to document it. We're trying to get ahead of it in terms of policies and use and governance. So what would have to change for governance to actually keep up with AI, right?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's more of an architectural question, which I alluded to before. So the way that we've looked at this as we're architecting trust into systems is to borrow from other technological changes that created great change in how we do things. And obviously, cloud infrastructure is one of the latest. And so the mechanism we created was something called intent-based governance, which is basically borrowed from intent-based networking in the cloud, where the idea is that leaders declare the intent, the policies, the values, the decision rights. And that, to go back to the culture point, I think there are three things really that are really, really important. One is decision rights, one is accountability, and one is psychological safety. And that safety point to actually go fast and not break things and feel safe, and to be able to do that, you've got to have engineered this trust in. And the intent-based governance therefore takes the governance and moves those elements into the runtime layer and translates those into controls that then act at the point of the AI decision, not at the point of audit. So when an AI tool flags a candidate, the runtime is already checking, was this in scope? Was the model authorized? Is there a drift? Does the explanation meet the standard the policy required? And then every consequential action carries that evidence with it on who authorized what and why, what the intent was. And I guess the net effect of all of that is that the policy stays where it is, but it becomes true at runtime rather than declaratory at quarterly review. And the work that HR has spent years doing on policy suddenly becomes really sort of load bearing for the first time really in this movement at the moment. And I think that is the only way we'll keep the pace up, is actually to make it align with AI and it becomes continuous, because AI is evolving at such a rapid speed that we need to make sure that the governance actually acts at the right place, the right time, with the right instructions.
Yeah, and I would love for you to expand on that, Rob, in terms of, because of this fast pace, right? There's often things we're not considering that might be happening, right? Like mistakes. So whether it's unfair promotion ranking, a hiring mistake, a customer being harmed, right? What should accountability actually look like versus what happens today, right, in most organizations?
Yeah, so, okay, let's describe the gap. Let's start there. So the reality today is that often when an AI decision goes wrong, say, like you said, an unfair promotion ranking, a candidate filled it out for the wrong reasons, a customer harmed, etc., the accountability gets reconstructed weeks later. So logs that nobody's seen before are pulled out, policies are pulled up, people that weren't there at the time are pulled in, and the policy that was sort of supposedly enforced, sometimes is it the right version, because sometimes it isn't, and all of this is quite hard to keep on top of at pace. The accountable owner eventually gets named, and it's traumatic for everybody involved. That's not to know we didn't know who was the accountable person of the function, but of the action, because it was done by AI. It's very hard to reconstruct because of all the millions of decisions that can go on. So what I think it probably should look like is the opposite. So every AI decision carries the human authorization that approved it in real time with proof. And if something goes wrong, you don't reconstruct it, you query, you ask the system who authorized this, against which policy, with what evidence, and you get answers in seconds from the evidence that you've got in the system. And that way it sort of like takes it from, it takes it into sort of the areas of every responsible profession already uses: surgeons, pilots, auditors. Their signature attaches to their decisions. AI decisions should be no different. We build the layer that makes it possible. I think that's what we need to do.
Yeah, and it sounds like, there might be a little need for kind of like root cause analysis. This allows for it, right? Because you're able to ask it, and then you're able to kind of peel back the opinion, per se.
Yeah. The auditor asks for something, the board asks for something, the leadership to ask for something. You can literally produce a report in minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Nicole, at its core, AI ethics and governing AI responsibly is about aligning technology with human values. From a foundational standpoint, what basic principles should organizations revisit to build a sustainable approach to AI governance?
So I think it's important to go back to actually think about what we're trying to do with AI in an organization, right? So at the moment, across many organizations, and I would think it's still 75% of the organizations, people use individual AI, right? So it makes a person faster. You work a lot faster. You get more productivity across many functions. But actually, faster productivity and production without a shared standard doesn't actually add value long term. Right. So because AI agrees with whoever is prompting, it has no idea what your company standard really is, right? Unless you really have solid agentic AI. And those are probably the 1% of organizations that have that at the moment. So every employee at the moment carries a very different quality bar in their head. They may think, okay, this is good enough for me. And somebody else might have this. So everybody creates their own version of what good looks like with AI, right? That's individual AI. So you have 5 people with 5 different quality bars and no shared direction. And that's what we're trying to do with the AI ethics and the AI governance side, right? But we're really looking at getting to institutional AI, right? That's the total opposite. And that's really what we're all working towards. So the quality standards are centralized. So every employee has to meet them before kind of finalizing any output. And that all comes through kind of the human centricity of AI, right? Where AI must augment our human decision making. And we're really looking at preserving dignity and fairness. And sometimes ethics of AI is looked at something, we shouldn't be looking at that. It's actually putting all the values of your company together. And it actually stands above governance. Governance is a part of the ethics of AI. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And Diana, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you talked a lot about governance, and I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on this or experience that you'd like to share.
100%. I would say on the governance side, obviously, it starts from the top, like I mentioned earlier. But the more important is to make sure that you create that psychological safety. I love what you said, Rob, and all your principles as well, Nicole, to make sure that people truly understand. So, and what you have to do on the governance side, apart from implementing it, the recommendation would be to do all this regular cross-functional AI review discussion. So yes, it is there, but how does it work? Is it really working? How can we improve? How can we enhance? How can we make it better? Because just like implementing it without checking on the governance as well, it would not meet, the end goal. So that would be number one. Secondly, I would say also, to make sure that, the governance keeps the pace, I would say continue to have all these employee education sessions. Just like even if it is informal or formal, just like check, how is it going? How do you do it? I'll give you another example from our organization. One of our departments is named Exotic Journeys. So they can do exactly what it says, sending people to amazing exotic places like Africa and all that. And, there was a lot of manual work putting all that journey together. Ultimately, people living to different destinations, willing to see multiple other attractions. And of course, it was all kind of manual within our system, but not quite so much. So guess what? One of our individuals who's actually, one of our product and also working in training was thinking, what about if with the use of AI, Copilot or ChatGPT, if we can actually simplify our processes? And you know what? He did it. He actually used ChatGPT for business. And he proved that, all our systems, by putting all the information together, we can actually create customized itineraries for people, and it's actually going to be saving us $20,000. All of that work. So that's just like a simple example on experimentation. If it is properly guided and encouraged innovation from the leaders, can actually create a proper ROI for the organization. So this, again, going to education, but also making sure you have that communication and freedom and openness. So create that culture of experimentation, innovation, and then miracles are going to be coming. I mean, people sometimes don't even know because, depending on the layers you are in, you are actually doing that particular work, right? And I do believe that, sometimes leaders don't know exactly all the details the employees are actually doing, right? Because they live in that particular world, so innovation can come. And, doing all these small pilots, it can actually, lead to bigger type of deployments, because guess what? Right now is going to be happening. We are, of course, going to be utilizing this talent and actually increasing capability capabilities in other departments as well. So have these feedback loops, have this experimentation, opportunities, and also make sure that, the people are feeling encouraged, but they also enjoy. And you also, I'll end with this, Anna, you also celebrate the wins. Because if they did it, that's fantastic. So that's what we did, in our case with this amazing employee. We celebrated and said, this is fantastic. How can we do more of this? And all of you are encouraged, to continue innovation. So that's important as well, to give that good feeling and that boost that, hey, you know what? Look at this. AI is actually helping us do better.
Yeah, terrific. And I know we didn't discuss this, but you just talked about like ROI, and I'd be remiss to not mention kind of like metrics and things like that. So I'm going to open up this to all of you, whoever would like to answer. We've been stuck in the HR world, right? With metrics, it's like basically time to fill, retention. Are you thinking that there could be, some innovation around kind of metrics when it comes to AI?
Yeah, I mean, I'll continue just like saying, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Just like the example that I gave. Absolutely. And I would say probably even if it starts experimental first, because it's not like a simple, to your point, you mentioned clearly retention, let's say. That's very easy to measure because you know exactly how many people you have, attrition and all that. But with AI, I think it's depending what are you looking for. If you just like say, let's say, what is the time saved? Let's say in our case, to the customer travel agents answering the phone, maybe that can be measurable. But also be the time saved on doing X project that can actually have an ROI, that I think is still to be determined. But I think it's our role as leaders to work together and literally think, how can right now implement, those type of KPIs, if you will, or data points to have those ROI measurements done properly for the organization you are in, for the industry you are in, for the size you are in. Nicole, you're absolutely right. It totally depends what company you belong to. And also more importantly, for the department you are in. So I think it's like, there are some KPIs, but I think there is still work in progress. That's my humble opinion on this, Anna.
Yeah. Anyone else? Rob, Nicole, you'd like to chime in?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I essentially agree with Diana. I think at the end of the day, KPIs are useful, but they're useful measures of what we expect or what we hope for. So really, I've been a big fan for a long time on outcome-based measurement. So it's kind of less of the single units of things and more of, okay, what is the value we're looking to create? Who are the people that are going to benefit from this value, and how are we going to create that value as efficiently and effectively as possible? And then, so if you take that and think about it in terms of AI, none of those actual parameters really change. So I don't think we actually need to think about or need to reconstruct the primaries. I think it's just we don't quite know what good looks like. But at the end of the day, as long as we're building towards delivering value, we can begin to understand that over time. And it's kind of less important to measure retrospectively and more important to understand where we think we're going, where we think the value is, and how we pivot if we're not achieving it. So I think that's much more important. I think the current ways of doing outcome-based valuation is probably the best method I know of.
Terrific. Yeah. So Diana, we talked a lot about the governance, and you're like, there needs to be, done thoughtfully, done well. So in your perfect world, we meet again in 3 years from now, hopefully sooner. What would a truly responsible and sustainable AI organization look like?
Amazing. I love the question. It's all about the future, right? Because probably 3 years ago, we didn't know what AI will be looking like, right? Today, and look at us. I love it. So I think, an organization will be defined, will be really different. I really want to hope, I think it's going to be truly a combination between AI and human, but I'll say responsible organizations, we're going to be having a very strong human oversight. So that means that AI would augment capabilities. It will do all the admin things that probably we are still doing right now will be, I'm sure, automated in the future, but they would not replace the accountability that everybody should have. So I would say that, leaders and employees together in collaboration with the AI tools will really understand, how can AI support decisions that makes most business sense. So that will be one thing. So responsible organization, making sure they have that human oversight. Secondly, I would say trust and transparency will have to be built in every single stage within the AI, because otherwise, if there is no trust in certain things or certain experiments, then of course the project, the outcome would not be the right one. So organization would have to have, in my humble view, clear policies. They'll have to have certain, of course, information on data privacy, on ethics, on security, on bias mitigation, anything that has to be properly, of course, documented. With other words, you'll know exactly the path you are going to go towards. And then last but not least, I would say the AI literacy is going to be a core workplace capability. I think in 3 years, people will know what AI is, how to use it, how not to use it, from frontline to executives to everybody. I want to hope, AI is going to be used effectively, and ideally we'll have more KPIs, of course, to measure that and not to answer the other questions you had. And I would say, the AI is going to be able to measure success with the use of AI beyond just like the productivity gains. So hopefully it's going to be, being able to track the business values, and just like, through employee experience, customer trust, inclusion, long-term impact, but AI will definitely be there. And I will say, there are lots of questions happening right now. How can you use AI? How to use it? Where can you implement it? So I'm hoping, in a couple of years from now, in 3 years, would be like, how can you use AI even more responsibly and create even better outcomes for our own people, for our valuable human beings? And I love always when I think about AI, you probably see I think in the acronyms, and I love that. I'm only thinking, okay, what would be the best acronyms for AI? I'm really hoping that in 3 years from now, we will all know how to adapt and innovate AI. And hopefully we're going to be making that for the better business outcomes, for the benefit of our people, and of course for the benefit of the society, because ultimately we all want to have, better results, happy individuals, happy cultures, and more importantly, to truly enjoy what we do.
Yeah, I see that as part of your book title, Diana. Artificial intelligence equals adaptation and innovation. Love it. Hitting your nearby bookstore or library in a year.
Thank you.
So Nicole, Diana outlined kind of like, ooh, this would be great, if it worked like this.
Yeah.
But in the situation where, let's say AI were your office colleague and started taking coffee breaks that lasted indefinitely, occasionally disappeared without notice, what quirky yet practical office rules would you propose to keep it responsible, reliable, maybe fun?
That's a really good one. I think it's already actually happening, and I've seen a number of examples of this. Whether you also have your hallucinations, right, where things go awire. In the future, you'll have your AI team member that could also go a little bit the other way. So I believe this is definitely one of the things from an agentic AI perspective, and it's a lot about what Diana talked about, is actually going to happen, right? There's a number of people who already have 10 to 15 agents working with them. Whether they're full agents or part agents is the question from a technical perspective, but definitely in a couple of years' time, we'll have office colleagues that are really our office colleagues from an AI perspective. So I think everything needs to be from a human centered perspective, a human value, right? So mandate everything to ensure that AI, first of all, is available, but also responsive, right? The agent can't go out of it on their own. Document everything, right? The decision logic is the most important part, whereby now you would have your documentation as part of your product library. That documentation needs to be even more significant in the future from both a governance perspective and an audit trail perspective, but also from your human colleagues, right? So if your AI agent drops off, you still know actually where everything is, and you can pick it up quickly, track everything, and optimize all the downtime with AI, right? So if you're in your downtime, let AI work, and while you work, let the AI have downtime. So it doesn't really disrupt anything. And this is something really important already to start now. These are all small behavioral tricks that will help in 3 years' time get everything ready for you. And also have, and honestly, I hate performance reviews, but also have regular performance reviews, right? So including ethical audits to keep AI aligned and accountable. So there's little tricks and tips that you can already start now in your workflows while working very basically with AI that will actually help in the long run.
I love that. You're almost like humanizing AI, which, a lot of people are trying to do. But yeah, thinking about, okay, what do we actually need to do, right, in order to assess? Performance review, audits, right, gap assessment, things like that. Rob, we talked a lot about kind of like how AI has become over the last, 2-3 years. Just we never thought it would be where it is. We still don't know where it could be. It's moving very fast. And so what are like some areas where we're currently either over trusting AI or under trusting it? And then what does the gap tell us about where the governance needs to focus now?
Yeah, I love that. I to be honest with you, I'd probably even simplify it and say, I think, ironically, up to this point, we're over trusting the model and under trusting the human. And I guess what I mean by that is that if we provide our people and our organizations with the tools, infrastructure and frameworks they need, so fix the governance for the AI that is everywhere and put the human on the loop, so to speak, the human signature of consequential decisions in the model produced, we can then trust the human and AI decisions in partnership. They've got the operating model, they've got the measurements coming, they've got the frameworks, they've got the infrastructure to be successful. And if we then start to trust our people again and let them enjoy the work that they do, the model does the boring 99% the human shouldn't have to do, and the future org architecture flows from that. That allows people to enjoy their work. I think Diana sort of mentioned it. I think we just need to sort of make sure we provide the tools and infrastructure so that we can trust our people as much as we suddenly trusted AI. And I think if we bring those two together, the capability there will be enormous.
Yeah, it almost sounds like, it's almost like having a seat at the table, right? Having a voice. And so AI is kind of running away with it, depending on who has the biggest voice. In this way, it's the LLM, right?
Yeah.
And we also need to make sure that there's that understanding.
Yeah.
Great. Any other comments? I think we've hit just about everything. But any kind of closing remarks or any sage advice for our audience?
I mean, the last thing I'd probably say is I completely understand that it can be both overwhelming and exciting at the same time. And my advice would be to have, and I think Diana alluded to this, like have open and frank conversations in your teams with your managers. And so that those three things that can make up the trust that needs to exist, decision rights, accountability, and psychological safety, are understood by everybody, and that will then allow you to move forward. That's kind of like you can do, it doesn't cost any money, you don't need anything fancy, you just need to sit down and work through those three things, and you'll have most of what you need to do something interesting.
Yeah, I love it, Rob. And maybe I'll just say, continue to approach AI with curiosity and, with courage and accountability, and then magic can happen. Truly, if we just work together and just have that open mind, everything is going to be, of course, fruitious and of course successful for the organization. Yeah.
From my side, I think it's really important to also give your employees and give your team time out of their day to actually learn this, play with it, but also learn the governance side of it. What's actually expected from a governance side? I think there were some questions in the comments section around a lot of companies actually don't have any governance, right? So start with the basic. It doesn't have to be the EU AI Act, right? It can be small things to build and design. But it's really, really important that your team gets that time, because otherwise they're gonna kind of swim long term.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Rob, Diana, Nicole, for giving us some perspective into how do we do this the right way. I'm going to wrap up the session. Our next panel is going to be the regulatory clock is running. Here's what you need to know. And either, I believe Brizia will be coming back momentarily to kick that session off. Thank you again for joining.
Thanks very much.
Welcome back, and thank you so much to the experts who joined us for this first panel of the day. And thank you so much to Anna, who moderated that panel, and who is also a co-leader of the Hacking HR Boston chapter. So if you are in Boston or surrounding areas, please do connect with her. All right, so I loved everything the experts said. Governance is really what holds everything together if it's done thoughtfully and well. And as Diane and Nicole mentioned there towards the end, it's important to approach AI with curiosity and integrity, and to, let our teams sort of play and get familiar with AI. So I love that so much. But we also know that AI is changing all the time, right? The conversations that we are having today might not be 100% true in a few months or a couple of years. So then that takes us to our next panel of the day. The regulatory clock is running. Laws are being written as we speak. The standards, they're being set as we speak, and we need to keep up with that. So to take us to that conversation, I would like to bring Joe on stage. And hello, there you are. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you so much. So our next conversation, as I mentioned, is the regulatory clock is running. Here's what you need to know. And I want to do a special shout out to Workday and Preflight AI, who are representing in this panel. Yes. And so with that said, Joe, take it over, and I will see you all in a couple of minutes, in a few minutes.
100%. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Joe. I will be moderating one of the most interesting topics around AI today. I think regulations is finally catching up. So I'm very excited to bring the panels and speakers to discuss how is this regulation shaping their organizations across the globe. So without further ado, Jessa, let's bring the panels and speakers on board. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi. How is everyone doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Awesome. So before we kick off, this is such an interesting topic. I am obsessed with what's happening with AI, and I think regulations, as I mentioned, is finally catching up. So why don't we do a brief introduction of who you are and what draw you to join this conversation today, and we'll tackle all the questions and emerging questions that I'm pretty sure a lot of audiences would like to know. So why don't we start from you, Janine?
Thank you, Joe. So hello, everyone. Good to be here. Janine Yancey, a longtime lawyer and also founder and CEO of mTrain. We're an online compliance training company as well as workforce analytics. Also, I sit here in Sacramento, and I've had the kind of incidental fortune of becoming a lobbyist in California and Massachusetts. And that's relevant to today's conversation because I think California will quickly follow the EU AI Act, but more to come on that.
Sounds great. Marco?
Yeah, hi, good morning or afternoon, everyone. So Marco with Workday, and I'm the public policy director based in Brussels, and have been engaging on the EU AI Act and other AI-related policies for many years. As some of you may know, regulations in Europe take time, but when they're proposed, they're usually adopted. And now we're getting to the final stretches of that. Workday, if you're unfamiliar, is a leading enterprise provider of HR, finance, and IT, in particular in the HR space. And so, of course, AI is an important feature, an important technology, to HR technologies that many of our customers around the world are deploying. So happy to speak to that a little bit more today. Thank you.
Lovely. Kim?
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Kim Nelson-Wright, co-founder and CEO of Preflight AI. I'm also a fractional chief operating officer and senior strategic advisor in occupational health and operations for one of the largest transit authorities in the country. I've spent 20 years inside healthcare, government, nonprofit, and corporate organizations, watching the same pattern. The tool worked, the organization wasn't ready for it. I built Preflight AI to interrupt that pattern. It's an AI readiness and governance diagnostic platform that tells organizations exactly where they're exposed before the AI tool goes live. I'm not a researcher, I'm not a lawyer. I'm an operations person who has lived inside these organizations that we're having this conversation about. And I can tell you that the governance gap is not a technology problem. It's definitely a leadership and accountability problem. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. So thank you.
That is so amazing, Kim, and I could relate to that. There are some questions, obviously, that coming up with the EU AI Act. And it is, I think, the most comprehensive regulations on AI globally, and it identifies employment as a high-risk area. So the question now is, does this mean all HR applications are automatically high risk in Europe, or is there more nuance to it? And how is, I guess this question is for you, Marco, how is the Workday preparing for this upcoming rules?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So yeah, really important question. And Workday is quite supportive that the EU AI Act is a risk-based regulation. That's a principle that we support of AI policy globally, that it should be risk-based. But does that mean that within each risk category, every use of AI within that category is the same risk? The answer is often no. And so the EU AI Act has different risk tiers, from prohibited AI, high risk AI, limited risk, and low risk. And employment is a high risk area within the legislation. And within that, it's one of those annexes. If you see that, it gives a definition of what is high risk within employment space. So it looks like things like a hiring or promotions or task allocation, but it doesn't notably say what isn't high risk in an employment category. And so I know from a legal perspective, lawyers have been looking at this to say, okay, based on this 2 sentences, is my AI that I'm using, either developing or deploying, high risk or not? Because the requirements are significant if they are, and much lower if they're not. One tool that I would point to is accompanying guidance that the European Commission is developing on high-risk AI classification. The draft has been published and now is open for consultation until July. Those final guidances will be published towards the end of this year. And that will give further detail in terms of exactly what is high-risk AI in an HR context and what isn't. And positively, and different from guidance that we've seen from the EU in many instances, it has lots of examples. It's very user-friendly in terms of this type of HR AI is not high risk, and this very much is high risk, and why. So this is something that I know many companies and organizations are responding to and providing further features, because there are some nuance What if it's a high-risk employment feature in a broader, complex AI that isn't high risk? Is the whole thing high risk then? Or is it only that narrow subset of application in an employment context that's high risk? And so unfortunately, the guidance doesn't always make things immediately clear. Sometimes it raises new questions. Nonetheless, given that the AI Act's high-risk requirements have been given extra time for compliance until December of 2027 for standalone AI, that's something that was recently approved as part of this AI Omnibus or AI simplification package. That gives us additional time to have a bit more deep dives in terms of having that clear classification of exactly what is high risk, what isn't. And if it is, then you can make sure you're taking those steps as a developer or a deployer to make sure you're compliant in time.
Lovely. I guess let's ask the lawyer in the room, right, Janina? Very interesting. I'm very interested to know, what are the compliance requirements then for high-risk AI systems?
Yeah, just to backtrack a little bit, and I'm going to riff a little bit off of what Marco said. So, for the last 20 years, I've actually spent my time taking the specific legal language, like what we just heard from Marco, and just making it simple. So I'm going to just give you an overly simplified kind of general guidance. So in the realm of employment, any process that's going to preclude or significantly impact somebody's livelihood, warning flags, right? So obviously that's an overly simplified kind of guidance, but I think that's a good place for the common kind of, general population to think about it that way. So when it comes to, and one other thing that Marco said, so we're all on the same page, we're either a developer of AI or a deployer of AI. And there's a big distinction in that. So I think the mass, the majority of us are going to probably be deployers, not developers. Obviously, Workday is a developer of it, and there's different standards that are going to apply. All right. So if you're a developer of AI and specifically high risk AI, then, under the EU AI Act, they're asked, and this is going to affect everyone, because if you sell into Europe, then you're under that obligation. So it's really just kind of, frankly, common sense. I look at it that way. Like, it's just good, sound policy. It's got to do a risk assessment, risk management, right? So in the business compliance side of the house, they're doing risk assessments all day, every day. And so now when it comes to, more broadly speaking, you're going to be doing a risk assessment. You're going to look at your data governance, is your data, all of your, data analysts and data scientists are going to be happy about this, because it's like, how full is your data set? Is your data biased, right? You got to look at the underlying data, because the underlying data is what informs the AI, right? Technical documentation. Do you have a full, basically kind of spec sheet of how the AI works? Is there transparency? Are you communicating it to the outside world of like, okay, this is how the system works, and here's what you can expect, and here's what we do. We're all hearing human in the loop. So yes, we need to have human in the loop, some human oversight at critical inflection points. And then finally, you need to have a layer of accuracy and cybersecurity to make sure that, all right, we've got some guardrails around that. Look at the EU AI Act, and I will say, so this goes into effect in a month, basically, or less than about a month. And what I'm so excited about, because I hate to be maybe the buzzkill in the crowd, but I happen to think regulations are good for us. I know that's a controversial statement, but I happen to think they're good for us, generally speaking. And what we saw about a decade ago with the data privacy rights, thank goodness for the EU, because they took a leading posture, and the whole world followed. Specifically, California followed in a big way right after the EU. I happen to be here in Sacramento. I'm talking to legislators in Sacramento. California, especially under this governor, before he leaves office, will follow, and you'll have the EU AI Act on steroids after we all get comfortable with the EU AI Act. So I think that's a good thing.
That's perfect. And let's talk about applying that. I guess I'm interested to know, and I think a lot of people in HR operators are interested to know, what does that mean in practice? And maybe Marco, Kim, you can share your perspective on that. Like, how is that going to shape the best practices or practices in the workplace, and how does that approach scale globally?
I think so. From my lens, I see it as, I agree. Regulation is definitely needed. That when you're working in the operator side, that you're looking at it as another part of your workflow, another part of your structure. AI should be embedded in the operation and not layered on top or next to. That's where we get caught. So we're governing and we're regulating all of our operations day to day normally. And then when AI is brought in, it's something totally separate that nobody's looking at, nobody's watching, but hoping that it will help and scale your operation. So from my vantage point, I see it as putting it into your operation and treating it just like any other structure, workflow, or process. You have to govern it. You have to have someone who's accountable for it, and you have to be able to measure it. So you have to be able to see what your ROI is once it's embedded. You're going to monitor it just like any other operation, and you're monitoring your standard KPIs with the AI platform so that you know where AI is helping and where AI is hurting. So without embedding it in the operation, you're not going to be able to scale, and that's going to affect everyone globally. Also, having the added layer of meeting regulations, without that base layer, that base foundation, you're not going to be able to do that.
I agree. Marco, do you have anything to add into that?
Yeah, I would agree. One of the things that we're seeing is a so-called trust gap between use of AI by leadership and by workers. Typically, there's greater trust and interest in using it at the very highest levels, and then less so as you go down for different reasons. And I think obviously transparency and explainability are important principles that need to be factored into that, but also make sure workers feel empowered and listened to in terms of when an organization is considering using new AI tools or not. But generally, from a governance standpoint, we would look at needing to not just have the technology leaders be the ones that are looking at this, but also more holistically across an organization. The HR leaders, the CIOs, the CISOs, the security, the privacy standpoint, the legal side. I mean, there's different teams that should be part of these conversations. And then to create that governance, that trusted governance, Workday has a responsible AI program, for example, that then goes and sets that out. Obviously, creating an inventory of all AI, knowing what AI is coming in, what's coming out, who has control over it, what data is being used or not used to train and to influence that AI are all fundamental. But one thing that we also really support from an international standpoint is leveraging international governance frameworks. So NIST has one with their AI risk management framework. There's also standards at the international level, ISO, IEC 42001 on AI risk management systems. These are very important governance kind of baselines because we know the EU is going to go above those baselines. But they do drive that consistency. That way, once companies or organizations have implemented and adhered to those standards that are recognized globally, then often it's more fine-tuning and tweaking rather than having to re-engineer something to apply for that local law. So I think that's one that I would say, again, it's that conversation, that trust piece that's so fundamental to make sure that everyone across an organization is using it and seeing the value, making sure that you're not just throwing at AI at a software or at an application for the sake of it, but there's really a meaning, there's really a benefit behind that. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
That's amazing. And when we talk about all of this must have or must do in operational standpoint and frameworks and then governance, I'm very interested to understand, what do you think are some of the biggest legal challenges facing developers and deployers of AI in HR today, and what should they be looking out for?
Is that for me?
Yeah, maybe Janine can answer, or anyone else in the panel that has key takeaways, biggest challenges, legal.
Yeah, So I'll start us off, and maybe Kim and Marco will riff off of my comment. So, I think it's really kind of looking at the fundamentals, kind of like what Marco was just saying. What are we having AI doing? What's the underlying data source? What are the potential impacts on people, on business operations, and just thinking all that through, and then making sure that there are guardrails, that there is a human in the loop. Because to respond to your question, Joe, so if it's flawed, if it's not really solid, there's going to be legal challenges to it. Just last night, I was doing some research on the amount of litigation, and I'll just confine it to the US. So, I'm not looking outside of the US, but in the US, the amount of litigation we've had on data privacy, right? So since we've had the GDPR and the CCPA in California, it's a huge volume of litigation and claims that society and businesses have had to weather and respond to over data privacy. We're probably in for a second wave of that. And so to be proactive, it's really an opportunity, and it's incumbent on every business just to take some amount of time and think this through, document it, kind of like basically what the EU AI Act is looking for. So if you follow that, you'll be well set up and prepared. But interested to hear what Marco and Kim think about that.
I think I would add that, what I'm seeing is a lot of legal challenges with healthcare organizations. We're looking at, as Jean said, with data privacy, along with employment practices, biases that you might see there, in the financial sector with folks' finances and what they're doing in their bank. All of that privacy are big concerns that I'm seeing, but also with the data readiness. Like, there's a lot of organizations that aren't ready with their data. And I always say, you got trash, you're going to put it in, you're going to get it back with the AI system. And that opens you up to more regulatory scrutiny when you can't even articulate or show your workflows or what they look like from the operational standpoint. So I see a lot of legal challenges with that, with the data readiness and with biases that you might see in hiring.
Yeah, and an additional thing that I would add is that often policymakers are creating rules on AI without looking at what other rules are already in place. And do those rules align or conflict with those other rules? Obviously, in Europe, we have lots of regulations already, so I think there's more examples to point to, GDPR being one of them, but also AI is impacted by cybersecurity requirements. Organizations have to look at the protection of their systems, banking and healthcare and the different critical sectors by the use of new technologies, including AI and agentic AI. I think that's the next point in terms of legal risks and questions that AI agents bring into the picture, how to demonstrate compliance with existing laws and demonstrate data minimization or transparency or fairness and some other fundamental rights that are not necessarily put into question, but I think there is some legal uncertainties in terms of ensuring that a company and organization stays compliant with existing laws while they're adopting and utilizing new technologies like agentic AI. Obviously, there's whole geopolitical issues that are all also at play, export controls and things like that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis. So I don't see the legal challenges settling down any soon. I think they will all increase, but luckily there are global fora, whether if it's at the OECD or G7, the UN, a lot of the standards groups that are looking at these issues more holistically and trying to solve problems together rather than state by state or country by country. Because I think in the end, that won't be operational for organizations that want to work outside of very, very small territory.
And Joe, if I could just add to that really quickly, that also with that, when you're looking, there's, companies have all of these nuances, which makes it important to have that human in the loop, because a framework is just that. It's a framework that you have to apply to your organization, and it has to make sense. And if you're in a regulated system, you're in healthcare, you want to make sure that you have the EU Act as your base framework, but you also have to understand how your operation maps to that framework and then maps to the regulation that it has to meet here in this country. So you're looking at different frameworks, but also making sure that the regulation, you meet that regulation along with abiding by this greater framework.
Yeah, when you mention about framework, I could think about the governance as a foundational framework that each organization obviously need to hold into and follow through. And then we have the accountability piece, right? So what would you say, like, how do you govern AI that was deployed into an accountability vacuum? Maybe Janine, Kim, you can share some of your perspective on that.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I would, one person named on record before deployment, right? You need that accountability person. It's great to have your executive leadership team, your business operations team, all of these people, committees. It's great to have that, but you need that one person. When you say, oh, our EVP team is the accountable party, and then when something does go wrong, it's okay, well, who owns this? What was the process? What is the structure? What's going on? And, people are pointing fingers. It's definitely important to have that one. The accountability vacuum, not the algorithm or the data, is the most common governance failure that I see. You can't audit your way out of that. Like, you have to have someone that's going to be accountable, that can manage when things go wrong, whether it's minor or if it's something in the headline. So you have to build it in your system and own it, just like you would any other process that you're doing day to day.
So I totally agree. And I would add to this, we have other operating models, if you will, that we've been dealing with that give us some insight, right? So we've been struggling with cybersecurity for years. If you talk to any CISO officer, any InfoSec officer, they'll say it's always the employees that cause the biggest risk, right? If you talk to a compliance officer, they'll say, listen, I've got the most amazing code of conduct, the most amazing GRC system. It's the employees that cause the problems. And I don't want to be Debbie Downer on all of us humans, but humans are very frail. And so, in addition to what Kim said, what I've seen work very well in the cybersecurity context and as well as the business compliance context is, yes, Kim's absolutely right. You have to have a person who's on the hook. And then you cascade it down. So in the business compliance world, it's been very, very successful having, compliance heroes, if you will, in every team, every division. It's like you have to empower from the ground up people to do the things, to show up the way the organization needs them to show up. Because if you look at all the research, in particular, David Myers out of the University of Michigan, his research shows we are not influenced by our leaders. We are not influenced by our laws. We are not influenced by our policies. Who are we influenced by? Each other. So get somebody on the team leader, to model the behavioral norms, and like sheep, we'll all follow.
Yeah, I think there are some principles that are pretty common that we're seeing, across one, leveraging privacy expertise in terms of impact assessments.
Yes.
For all that AI. So it's not necessarily a question of starting from scratch, but it's about building on existing governance programs that an organization has, and then applying it to AI, so that you do have this filter of all AI coming in, to have that visibility in terms of where it's coming from, the data, and what it's being used for, but then also the appropriate risk that it has, and then what are those mitigating controls that should be required on that basis. I think an additional challenge that we see relating to the accountability question is the value chain. AI value chain is quite complex. When you have very large frontier models and third-party models, that organization may be using many of them or several of them, combining them. And then they might be taking one that's only intended for low risk, but then they might be assigning a high risk use to it and then deploying it without realizing that makes, at least in Europe on the AI Act, that will make them be on the hook for those high risk deployer requirements. So I think having very clarity in terms of the value chains are important. And that goes back to what Janine mentioned also at the start is literacy. Making sure that it's not only a 30-minute per year type of course as part of your code of conduct training on how AI works. There should be some educational tools available to all employees, and then more specialized AI training and literacy tools for those members of an organization, if they're engineers or marketing or legal, to make sure they can spot those risks and then assign those controls or to implement those accountability measures on that basis.
That's wonderful. There's still a lot of questions, I guess, when it comes to foundational pre-deployment questions, right? And when regulatory clock is running, EU AI Act takes effect in August 2nd this year. What would you say would help leaders today to determine who owns this, what data is it touching, what's the incident protocol, how do you build enforceable governance on top of the organizational foundation that was never assessed? Maybe Janine, Kim, Marco, you have any take on that?
I'm going to defer to Kim first, since she's kind of in the trenches building these operational systems.
I think, stop treating it as just a compliance exercise. Compliance asks, do we have a policy? Readiness asks, can we operationalize it? Can we handle it? Those are very different questions with very different answers. I'd also say that, if you're in the HR space and you're looking to figure out how to do this, it needs to start from the top, as Janine said, and go trickle down. And I would agree, down to the front line with training and governance. You can't govern what is not trained and monitored regularly with that human in the loop. So I would say that treating all of this, implementation, governance, readiness, as more than just an exercise, and like you're ticking off the boxes with the EU Act framework and with these other frameworks that you're looking at. It's more than just ticking the box. It's really getting in there and having your team and your organization understand what they're deploying, why they're deploying it, what success looks like, who owns it, and does everybody know how to use it and what the risks are. That's greater than just a simple compliance exercise.
That's amazing. I guess, Janine, the follow-up question for you, when she talked about training, making sure everyone is trained, everyone has that knowledge and awareness and literacy around AI, what would you say is the training requirement of the EU AI Act, and what training should we be deploying, and which employee population should receive the training?
So as Marco said earlier, it's got to be more than just a little tiny lesson in your code of conduct. So it has to be a standalone training for the whole workforce. So at least some general, understanding what AI is, AI governance. We have an AI governance course that we launched last year, because people are getting ready for this. And there's obviously, IP issues, and there's all these different issues that come into play. So a general, here's what it is, and here's who we are, here's how, we're either a creator or a deployer or both, and then additional training for different employee populations based on their role, right? So again, as Marco was saying, if you've got engineers, they need to have more in-depth training, and you could have different types of mediums. It could just be a lunch and learn, whatever you're doing. Obviously, make sure that you're capturing all the investment you're putting into up-leveling your workforce. But in many ways, this is showing the amount of time I've spent in the trenches, but it's reminding me of when we kind of had the beginning of the internet and desktop publishing, and people may have not seen that or forgot it, but it was a fair amount of investment during the workday of people spending time to understand, okay, here are the new tools, here are the new rules of the road. And if you skip over that, I think that it's just going to be way more costly and expensive in problems after the fact.
Really, in terms of operational realities, Marco, Kim, is there any specific training that you find very useful for the organization to roll out in all levels of the organization?
I mean, I think one thing that we talk about is our responsible AI program and some of those principles that are embedded regarding human oversight and regarding transparency to our customers, but also to our employees. Also prohibitions, and we haven't spoken about that, but there are there's AI that shouldn't be used, or that certain countries have rejected as being allowed in their country, including some on emotional recognition and inference in the workplace for the AI Act, for example. So I think having those clear principles, that trust as a starting point, understanding that not every employee needs to dive deep into the responsible AI program, but also to understand the fundamentals of that, and then to know who to ask if they have more questions. So we have different Slack channels that we use. One is on responsible AI, and it allows for any employee across the organization to go to the experts and to ask those questions, or to relay customer questions about about responsible AI and how it should be used, and the values and the operations and the controls that we're putting in place. Just as one example regarding agentic AI, there's this question on human oversight. Are humans being able to understand how AI agents are being used or not, or are they running wild? And I think there's definitely a real risk there, and that's why we have, on the basis of those principles, implemented agent passports and agent system of records that will document and track and give controls to the customers about how those AI agents work in practice. So, again, going back to transparency again, but that continues to be one of the fundamentals that we always emphasize, whether if it's for internal employees, for customers, for users. This information should be available as much as possible on external websites, for customer facing as well. I just think that there needs to be more communication done externally about how AI is being used and designed, because currently we do see those trust levels decreasing. So we need to have a bit of a mindset shift, an action shift to bring those numbers back up.
And
Right.
I would add that there needs to be, at the leadership level, when you're making these decisions and you're talking about these things, that the training must be calibrated to the technical knowledge of the staff, the team.
Mhm.
They have to understand it. They have to know why they're doing it. It has to be, reach their experience, their education and training. They have to understand the context in which the AI is being used. And then they also need to know upfront the people who will be affected by the system. So when you're rolling out these AI platforms and systems and you're just doing it without the training or the trust, as Marco said, of the staff and your team, then that's where chaos ensues. And I see a lot when I'm working with HR leaders, that the first issue is it's a people problem. It's a problem with the team. They don't get it, or they're doing this. It starts from the top, and that's where that training has to be calibrated to the team and has to trickle down. And there has to be, as Marco said, communication, training, and it has to be consistent daily. There has to be a way for someone to speak to a leader or someone that's in the trenches and knows the system to be able to get that understanding. But it has to be calibrated to that, or it's going to fail.
That's great. And in terms of, we mentioned a lot of the trust issue. Do we trust AI? And I think that really is the bottom issue, that a lot of people in the organization today can't seem to trust the artificial intelligence. Utilizing the EU AI Act, what would you say are the opportunities that this act could bring into organizations to improve or enhance that trust within their employees? Let's start from you, Janine.
Yeah, it's just laying out a very, clear framework and step-by-step process that is requiring all businesses to follow. And, just that alone, knowing that businesses are doing that, I think is going to give folks a little bit of comfort. Like, okay, at least they followed these processes as well. I mean, part of that is all the transparency, all the disclosures. I think that realistically, over the next couple of years, people are they're going to be waiting and waiting to see. But then I would expect slowly over time, as long as we see the disclosures and the transparency, and we know that organizations are following a framework and certain affirmative steps, I think people will start to trust the new tech.
Perfect. Marco.
I think Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry. Go ahead, Kim.
No,
Sure.
Yeah,
I
go
think the shift from compliance to trust capital, like the act forces organizations to make their AI use visible, accountable, and explainable. And done well, every one of those obligations, it becomes a trust building moment with different stakeholders. You know, the opportunity is not just we complied, you know, it's we proved it, we deployed AI in a way that respects you as our team and our staff, but also respects our customers and end users. So I think that's where we go from just compliance to then the trust piece.
Lovely. Marco.
Yeah. Just to add with that we're not suggesting that every country around the world replicate an AI Act. It's a very complex, very burdensome product safety design. It's not a regulation that would fit well across the world. It's basically the maximum of AI law that we would like to see, and we hope the EU doesn't continue to add more AI regulations. That said, there are some important principles within that we think will spur interest and potential policymaking in other parts of the world, using those fundamental, design around transparency and human oversight and things like that. I think the question is still out in terms of which countries will be immediate to propose more new AI regulation. Many countries have been taking a sit back and watch approach, focusing more on creating the right investment conditions, data centers, and other types of compute before looking at regulation. Europe's done it a little bit differently, and now it's trying to race forward more on the infrastructure building elements, because a lot of that compute isn't happening in Europe. And I think another differentiator that we might see is rather than having a region take a one-size horizontal rule, rules might come out in different ministries, so sector-specific. So you might have a department of transport that looks at self-driving vehicles and AI and how that should be regulated differently from employment or other type of ministry that looks at AI in different contexts. But that said, there is a risk that having wildly different approaches to regulate AI within a given country also has its risks, knowing that AI is often general purpose. It can be used in many different ways. Does that also add complexity? So I think the jury is still out in terms of if countries will adopt a more horizontal, comprehensive approach or more tailored sector-specific approach. But we already do see some influences from the AI Act in other regions, especially from data protection authorities.
Yeah, that's really great. We have 5 minutes left. And let's leave the audience, a lot of our HR leaders or people that are chiming in today that is interested to understand the regulations around AI. I guess let's leave them with a pro tip. Where can they start in terms of building this transparency and making sure that they incorporate some of the EU AI Act that is coming in August? I guess let's leave them with one pro tip from Janine, Marco, Kim. What would you say that where do you think they should start right now?
I'll start. If businesses have not done this already, fingers crossed, hopefully they have, but immediately create a cross-functional team. Appoint, as Kim said, at least one executive leader who's ultimately responsible for AI governance. Along with, like I said, a cross-functional team, so that they've got different perspectives on how AI is going to influence and cascade throughout the organization to all of the stakeholders, both internal and external, and just start from that and start mapping out all the processes, all the guardrails, and slowly but surely just start implementing them.
Lovely. Kim?
I would totally agree with that. Go back to my comment about it's not just a compliance exercise. And also that you want to have these questions and discuss, you want to ask the questions, have the discussions, do the mapping, all of that, not as the first incident happens, not after that. You need to do it before you deploy. And everyone in the organization needs to understand what success looks like. Why are we deploying these systems? What's the end goal? What's the meaning and the reason behind it? And then name the owner and move from there. But it has to be done prior to that first incident.
Lovely. Marco.
Yeah, and I'll go back to the literacy and education side again. I think that is the basis for everything, and the more employees, but also leaders across the org are familiar with the technology and how it can be used and how it should or shouldn't be used, and also which applications can demonstrate real value that aren't just something flashy, good for marketing, but don't actually move the needle in terms of better delivery of service or products and productivity. I think there have been a bit of hype, you could say, without delivering, that immediate value, and I think that's created kind of this erosion of trust. But I think if you inject that literacy, that understanding, I mean, one thing that Workday does is there's a summer reading list. And it can be maybe suited to AI, where the organization comps books relating to AI, and then it kind of it encourages people to do some learning. Not even so much from how I can use it in my current role, but generally in the technology overall, the societal impacts and things like that. So I think sparking a bit of creative thinking, curiosity as well is important as well. That way people aren't, again, seeing it more as a compliance exercise.
That is amazing. And I guess we are on time to wrap up. I just wanted to personally thank you, Janine, Kim, Marco, for joining us today. And I assume everyone can reach out to you on LinkedIn if they have any follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I wish you a very wonderful day. Thank you so much. And we'll see you again next summit.
All right. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back. And what an amazing conversation we just had. Thank you so much to Joe and to our panelists from sharing their knowledge with us on this important and timely topic. I also want to say welcome if you are just joining us on this day number 3 of the summit. Welcome. I love seeing all of the comments coming through the chat, and I love seeing your questions, and I see a lot of familiar names, so welcome back. It's so lovely to have you with us today. Before we jump into our next panel, if you would like to take your AI learning to the next level, consider enrolling in Hacking HR's Mini-Master in Practical AI, which starts on July 24th, and it runs for 19 weeks. So you will have 19 weeks of live classes and labs with other students from all over the world. This is where you'll learn the frameworks, the tools, and strategies to build and optimize your own AI-powered systems and deliver measurable value to your organization. So I know our team in the chat will be sharing the link to the landing page for this Mini-Master, so make sure that you check it out. And then let's move on to our next panel of the day. So I would like to bring on stage Natasha. Let's see, there you are. Hey, Natasha, how's it going today?
Hey, it's going good. Thank you. How is it going for you?
It's going well. Thank you so much for being here and helping us moderate the conversation on ethics under pressure when speed and accountability collide. This is such an important topic. So thank you so much for being here. And special thanks to our sponsor, Papaya Global, who is also representing in this upcoming panel. And so with that said, Natasha, I will leave you to it, and I will see you all in a little bit.
Thank you. Welcome to your next panel, Ethics Under Pressure When Speed and Accountability Collide. I'm going to request Jessa, my colleague, to bring in all the panelists on camera. Amazing. And a quick round of introduction by the panelists. So shall we start with Amit, as I see you on top of my screen?
Sure thing. Hi, Natasha. Nice to meet you. Nice to see everybody in the panel. My name is Amit Levy. I'm the Chief Product Officer for Papaya Global.
Great. Sarah.
Yes, hi. My name's Sarah Jane Lettinen, and I'm the Chief People Officer for Prodigy Education. And we are an education technology company that specifically has a feature product for math in the classroom for grades 1 through 8.
Awesome. Alana?
Hi, everyone. I'm Elhana. I'm a cyber and AI governance, risk and compliance practitioner. I'm also the author of the AI Decoded book series. Lovely to have you all.
Hi, and I'm Rhett Power. It's nice to be with you today. I'm the CEO of Accountability Inc., which is an executive coaching and leadership firm based out of Washington, D.C. Great to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for those quick round of introductions. I'm sure that the first question that the audience would have for all of you would be, when you have to make a high-stake decision with only 50% of the data, what gives way first? Is it the timeline or is it the verification?
Happy to start. I think in an ideal world, you would have the luxury of having all the data, the perfect data, but in reality, often we don't have that luxury of halting a decision until the perfect data arrives. So for me, it's sort of a bit of a trade-off. So it's scaling down necessarily the verification to the minimum that still gives you the confidence in the direction of the system, and ensuring that you are aware of potential maybe risks, but using the minimum that will still give you that confidence. So somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I love this direction. I can relate very much, and I will actually add that when we think about it, I think there are three things to consider. One is ownership. Eventually, somebody who will be owner, will be the accountability, who will take accountability for that decision. I think that person should be the right person to also take the decision, the right timing, and what kind of information do we need in order to decide. And of course, today we have accessibility to a wealth of information. So I think in today's world, it's easier to take the safe path as most of the information is available for us easier than before.
Yeah, I think I agree with these points. I think it's also clear up front if you can define like what are those critical verifications. I think knowing that when you're in a moment of calm, then when you're having to actually make the decision, you can make sure you're at least checking the box on those critical verifications. And then the other thing I would add is I think sometimes it's not necessarily when you're in a low data moment about choosing wrong, but it's about really understanding the cost of being wrong in each direction and being transparent about that. And I think just having that visibility makes it a lot easier to kind of move in one direction versus another.
Rhett, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was cutting in and out. I was having some trouble hearing you, Natasha. So everybody else I could hear. But anyway, I think we're talking about the first question that you asked. And for me, verification never gives away. Like the timeline might have to move, but the companies I've built and led through crisis, you never get 100% of the information. And I think for me, it's just really, really important to sort of keep that verification and move a timeline if you have to. I think the consequences are bigger if you give in and you don't verify and you don't do the verification of it. I think there's a bigger consequence usually than there is if you have to move a timeline and you're honest about that.
Great, some interesting responses in there. So let's take the case of a hyper-growth or a crisis environment. And in these kind of environments, moving fast is frequently rewarded, while the friction of accountability is often viewed as a bottleneck. So out of curiosity, in your experience, is there such a thing called as ethical speed, a way of moving fast without compromising on accountability, responsibilities? and ownership? If yes, what has it been for you in practice?
I'll try and go first. So I think, Natasha, it's a great question. And I think, the concept of ethical speed, in my opinion, is real. But you need to build towards it. If you are prepared to it ahead of time and you define, what is non-negotiable, you shrink the decision surface, and you embed checkpoints in the process, then I think it goes along the lines of what Rhett mentioned earlier. Eventually, everything is traceable, and it's easier to walk at good speed if the framework if the correct framework is in place.
Yeah, I agree. And I think as well, one of the biggest misconceptions organizations make is viewing ethics and governance or even accountability as a sort of barrier to innovation or speed. In reality, I think ethical checks is often, lack of ethical checks often creates the biggest delay later on when it comes to regulatory investigations, even customer distrust, and the efforts can be quite, costly to remediate. I think to shift this mindset, leaders need to stop positioning ethical reviews as just a compliance exercise. And I think in the last talk, someone talked about it moving from a tick box exercise, but start actually demonstrating the strategic value. So ethical checks should not just be presented as a final gate that teams must pass through before launching, but it should almost be embedded throughout the decision-making process. So things are addressed and identified earlier on and are less expensive to manage. I personally think that, ethics is a form of organizational risk intelligence, just as, an organization would not launch a new product without understanding the financial implications. They would not deploy a new technology or AI system without understanding the ethical implications. And the purpose is not to prevent innovation. It is to ensure that innovation is sustainable and does not create unintended harm. So I think ultimately organizations need to redefine what success looks like. It shouldn't just be measured solely by how quick something is delivered, but whether it delivers value responsibly and sustainably, again, in a way that stakeholders, whether that is, within the business or customers, can trust. And I think that when ethics is framed as a mechanism that enables confidence long-term and enables long-term performance, it stops being viewed as a bottleneck necessarily and almost looked at like a competitive advantage.
Yeah, that's so good. We talk about this a lot with the companies I work with and consult, and I look at it sort of like that. I say this all the time. Ethical speed isn't really speed without brakes. It's speed with a steering wheel, right? And to everybody's point, I mean, this, I think having the guardrails is really important. Having that before big decisions are made is super important. And here's sort of the way I think about it. Like, here's some examples. I think we move fast with things like experimentation. We move fast with prototypes. We move fast on learning, but we slow down when decisions impact people, privacy, trust, safety, long-term reputation of the business. And again, I think if you have those principles established before pressure arrives, that's where this doesn't become a problem. It doesn't become something that's something you have to address in the business because you don't have these things established. But I do think there is, I think ethical speed is a really interesting conversation that most companies don't realize they need to have really now before this gets worse, because the pressure is mounting on a lot of organizations to adopt technology. And so I think having these conversations now before you get into these ethical issues and these things that can cause us a lot of trouble. So.
Agreed. So many good things have been said. I think, like Elhana, when you talked about like embedding in the process or into the process itself, I think that's so critical, and it needs to be like in the design process versus like the before launch, because that's when it feels like a blocker. And I think part of that feeling like a blocker also comes in how we frame it. And so I think this conversation needs a rebrand, because when we do these things at the right phase, it doesn't slow us down. When we are clear about which of these are critical versus nice to have. And so when speed needs to happen, where we can move the nice to haves to the side and we can focus on the critical verifications, then this accelerates trust with our customers and with our users. And I think branding it as that is key, because at the end of the day, everything we do should be for the user and the customer. And when we can do something that accelerates trust, there is so much business value attached to that. And I think we need to really make sure that that is at the forefront of that conversation as well.
Awesome. So this brings me to a follow-up question with respect to the ethical speed that we just spoke about. As the organizations are shifting more on automated systems, algorithms, and AI to accelerate decision-making, in your experience, how should leadership bring accountability when a high-speed system fails or causes issues without just pointing at a technical glitch?
Sure. Happy to, kick this off. I think, we talk a lot about human in the loop when we're talking about AI. And I think that's really important here from an accountability. And so one of the things that we do leverage internally is our systems do have owners. Like we have, whether it's a squad or whether it's a team or whether it's a person, there are human owners who do the work, who lead the processes. But having those people be clear about, not only do you own the process and the development or the feature launch around these systems, but when something goes wrong, that ownership is part of that as well. And so that we have that clear labeling, I think, is really important. And so it's almost like a human signature for these types of releases. So when something goes wrong, sure, maybe there was a technical glitch, but we have to understand the why, and we have to dive in. And even before we launch, before you sign that off, when you apply your signature, that's when it becomes real. And so to have that process built in so that the person who's signing off before it goes out knows exactly what the consequences are if something is technically wrong, and they own that decision and the outcomes of that, I think is really important. But I think the practice of that is really hard to implement in organizations consistently across the board.
Yeah. Absolutely, I completely agree with that, especially the piece around the human in the loop. And I think it's really important that leadership understands and recognizes that accountability cannot be outsourced to technology. Humans design them, train them, and approve them, and should determine how they're used. So when perhaps a system causes harm, the focus shouldn't just be on blaming the technology, but it's to understand the decisions and the governance structures behind it. And I think too often organizations fall into like an accountability gap where responsibility becomes really blurred because a decision was automated. However, the accountability should remain with the organization and its relevant leaders, looking at things like, were the risk assessed properly? Was there adequate testing? And I think that many AI failures are not purely technical failures, they are governance failures. And often they stem from the poor human oversight or no human oversight or inadequate controls, or even the lack of the challenge during deployment that comes from a human. So I do think, I completely agree, human judgment still remains essential, because AI can of course increase your scale and your speed, but you cannot attribute a consequence to a system. So yeah, really important.
Isn't it funny that we eventually go back to humans, and this is like we all say, like, it's nice to have all the AI, but eventually somebody needs to take ownership. It's also nice in the comments. It's like exactly like signing a package in a building. I agree. Like eventually somebody put a package in there. When we build the technology in Papaya Global, we make sure that everything is traceable, because whatever AI said, whatever, but a person took a decision, and that person needs to be accountable. for good or worse, right? For better or worse. And I think this is very, very, very important. Also, in how organizations handle those incidents, right? So whenever something happens, if we flag an issue, if something happens, how do we treat this internally, again, as humans? Because the AI may made a mistake or may was accurate, but as humans, we need to work with each other day by day. And the way we treat each other and the way we treat such incidents makes a world of a difference, I think.
You know, this is a scary question because, you know, we've all probably worked for bad managers and leaders who weren't great. And I think this just exponentially complicates work and decision making and everything else that we're doing more than it probably ever has, because we are going to be able to blame. I mean, why did the U.S. Defense Department want autonomous AI from Anthropic, right? They wanted to be able to say, well, the drone made that decision to bomb that school or that, right? I hate to go there, but like, I think AI is going to be a scapegoat for decision making down the road. And so this becomes, to me, a really super critical leadership issue, becomes a super critical culture issue. And everything you guys said is spot on about human in the loop, and that's absolutely essential. But this is just a scary question to me, because this, with the way agentic is happening, and when quantum computing happens at the corporate level, I mean, decision making is going to be so fast, and so I think the infrastructure that we set up now, the processes we set up now are super important. But to me, this is just a scary issue, because I think this technology is going to allow people to say, I didn't make that decision, and I just think it's going to make it worse. But it's an interesting question for sure.
Those were some really interesting perspectives out there, and thank you, Red, for bringing up the toxic side of the culture as well, because my next question is around that. Where does accountability most often get sacrificed first in an organization when it is under pressure to move quickly? And why does that happen? Or why is it that first preferred choice to let go?
I can take this one. I think in terms of where accountability often gets sacrificed first when under pressure, in my experience, accountability itself is rarely, itself is rarely the first thing to disappear. What normally goes first is your sort of governance discipline. So the documentation, the challenge, the oversight, the decision-making process. So when organizations are under pressure to deliver quickly, there is that tendency to bypass formal reviews or shorten approval cycles, or even make decisions through informal conversations rather than established governance channels. And I think often leaders believe that they are saving time, but what that's actually doing, it's removing the mechanism that provides the transparency and clear ownership, as we've been discussing. And I think the reason this tends to happen first is because governance can feel invisible when everything is going well. Teams see the immediate value of launching a product, closing a deal, meeting a deadline, but the value of risk reviews and the ethical assessments and paperwork, which no one likes to do, only really gets recognized when something breaks and something goes wrong. And I think that the challenge is that once the governance discipline weakens, again, speaking as a GRC professional, accountability then becomes much harder to maintain. So when an issue does arise, the organization finds themselves asking, frantically, who approved this? Which risks were identified? Was there challenge? And now, accountability is really fragmented. So I think the most successful organizations, they understand that speed and accountability are not competing priorities. I think that strong governance enables sustainable speed, as I mentioned before, around decision making and ownership. So I do think that sometimes that is the first to give when organizations are under pressure to move very quickly.
I think that was a very good and very thorough response. I think this actually does come back to culture too. When you build into your culture a system of checks and balances, then that helps with accountability. And so that you can have that transparency where you do then have that, well, who agreed to this and why type sign off. The documentation, it's funny because documentation is one of those things where it's considered friction. It's considered, something that slows delivery, and it does feel like an obstacle. But documentation is accountability, and when we can have that captured around who agreed to this and why, but you have to build that into your culture, and having that transparent culture where you have the systems of checks and balances to all of those big decisions is pretty critical.
Sarah, I'd say that too. I'd say that it's Sarah Jane. Is it Sarah Jane? I'm sorry. Yeah. Sarah Jane, I think it's actually that's critical friction, to your point, right? Like you've got to have those processes, and that's really super critical. One of the things that I would say and add to all of this is what I see with in terms of accountability and when speed is there. Actually, reflection is one of the first things that goes, and like asking the right questions when we're trying to get something done, or we're under a tight deadline, or we're under a lot of pressure. I think the question that we stop asking is, what are we missing, right? And what are we skipping here? What step are we skipping here in our processes? What are we? I think sometimes the processes and the SOPs and all the stuff goes out the window when people get in a hurry, right? We start taking shortcuts, and that's where, if we don't have a great culture, we don't have good leadership, and we don't have strong ethos around those and strong accountability systems around that and checks and balances, then I think we circumvent our whole system. But anyway, I think one of the things that we stop doing is we stop asking, what are we missing? We stop asking the right questions when we get in a hurry.
Nice. Amit, it'll be nice to hear your perspective as well, because product teams often in a lot of organizations face this. So in your experience, what is it that is first let go by the product team when they're under pressure?
Yeah. So first, I'll agree with the concept of accountability again and again and again. I will say that context also matters. And today, to create a consolidated view, to give the people that takes the decision all of the information available from different systems, consolidate everything together, makes, first, it can change the decision, and second, it can give a much stronger, clearer context. And this is what we try to do. We try to expose as much context as possible. We see this today. Maybe the good example for this with AI is the MCPs, because if you have your different systems exposed as an MCP, you can consolidate everything into a ChatGPT or a Claude to eventually be able to run across different systems, multiple systems together, whether those are systems for your organization, whether this can be external context. And as we create this massive context, I think it really helps people to take the right decisions and to also understand the implications of their potential decisions.
Amazing. So I'm going to shift our focus towards leadership now, and I see that there are a lot of questions also coming up in our chat around leadership responsibilities in this case. Where do you see that the leadership can create a culture where their teams and people feel safe raising the ethical concerns, even when doing that would slow down things or challenge a particular timeline for the business?
So this is clearly a huge challenge. I think we can all think of this person we've worked with and has plenty of questions, or identify all of the potential issues but it is never able to actually move forward, and only slows everybody down. Or it can be a department, it can be a person, and of course there's a cost for just slowing everybody down, but there's also a cost for moving very, very fast without understanding the consequences. I think good organization reward people that identify meaningful issues, and also maybe punish people that identify insignificant issues or just slow down processes. Because eventually, and I saw this comment, I think by Melissa about leadership, or by Irina about leadership, and I think eventually every organization is driven by revenue, is driven by growth, and this is what leaders are paid to do. And if at situation where ethics support growth, everything works well. If ethics just slow down growth without any good reason, I think there's also a discussion to have on that.
Yeah, I agree. And I think also just creating that culture where people feel safe, it has to start with leadership behavior. I think that people pay more attention, I know I do sometimes, to what leadership do rather than what they say, because we all say the right things. But if for example, leadership maybe reacts defensively when concerns are raised, you're going to feel like you don't want to raise it. Or if it's dismissed when there are difficult questions, quickly employees will learn to remain silent. I also think that where possible, to create that psychological safety, there should be the proper channels to report this, whether that is maybe anonymously, so you don't have fear of that retaliation or any career damage, or sometimes being, labeled as a difficult employee or someone that's always causing issues. So I think where possible to do that. I think as well, where there are opportunities to speak to your wider team, take on these hard questions and discuss these hard questions without that defensiveness, because it signals to people that this is not the type of culture where we maybe call things out. And I think, ultimately as well, the culture changes when leaders consistently reward integrity as well as performance. So meaning that what success looks like is not just your output, it's also these things. So it's looked at as something that is beneficial to the organization, as opposed to something that is making it difficult to function, I would say.
And this is hard. Actually, what you're talking about there is hard to build, right? It takes time. And I think leaders, just my message to leaders that are listening to this is that it is exactly what you said. It's about showing every day that you want that feedback, that you want that critical thinking, and not punishing people. I think you're 100% right about that. And over time, people begin to trust that you truly, as a leader, want that feedback, that you want their opinions because you value them. I think only thing I would add is that I think sometimes this is also about what we tolerate as leaders, right? If we have high performers who act badly, I'm going through this right now with someone I'm coaching, and they have tolerated forever and ever and ever a sales leader who is just an awful human being in the workplace, probably outside as well. And they've been scared because that person is a high producer to let them go. And it has completely destroyed the culture within the company. And they've tried very, very hard to build a great culture, but because of what they've tolerated, they've ruined the culture that they've been trying to build. And so I would just add that as well. It's not only what we say and what the feedback we want, and that I think it's also what we tolerate ultimately too.
Oh, Rhett, I couldn't agree more. I love the different expressions I've read in book over the years. And one was from a military reference around, your culture is how people behave when no one is looking. And then what you tolerate sets the bar for your culture. And that ultimately is what it is, which is why, we talk about your culture or your values can't be just, posters on a wall, because at the end of the day, how people behave when no one's looking, that is actually your culture. And that is so critical. And I think, I do love process and frameworks. I think it makes it easy to articulate, but I think it also holds people accountable. And so, we also talked already, it was mentioned about, building this into the work itself. And so when you build a phase into your product delivery cycle, that we're going to stop and we're going to actually pause around, what are these ethical challenges, and even call them ethical pause moments. I think there's a great opportunity to, again, brand it positively, but build it into the process so that people feel safe. Because again, people don't raise ethical concerns because they don't care. They stay quiet because they've learned that raising concerns derails timelines and invites defensiveness, or people get upset. And so if we can build it as a norm and have it actually a part of the process, and then celebrate it when it happens. And that's where I think leadership plays a really critical role, giving that public recognition or that shout out, or even that just simple, thank you for raising that. But then whether we do it or don't, circle back and close the loop. Why did we choose to go in this direction in response to that concern? Why didn't we? And I do think there's a very simple explanation that can help. So then people realize, no, it was heard. However, here's the decision we made based off these trade-offs, and that there was a thoughtfulness that went into that. I think that's really critical.
Awesome. Right. So let's look at now at the organizations, especially startups, where the way of operating is to be in a perpetual state of urgency. And in these kind of organizations, you often see teams and people going through decision fatigue. In your experience, how does leadership maintain their ethical baseline when their teams are perpetually exhausted by speed?
So working for startups for all of my life, I can relate to the problem, and I think not surprisingly, it relates to things that we've mentioned before. If we have good guidance, clear framework, clear KPIs, I think eventually it sets the standards that we want the org to adopt. And then, of course, if we have the right tooling in place, so people have the visibility that they need and can move the right pace and can understand the implications of their decisions, then I think we're creating a culture of success and a culture of winners.
Yeah, I think too, when we're thinking about like decision fatigue and that whole space of operating in that, perpetual urgency, which is real, I think it's not about fewer decisions, but I think it's about better designed decisions. And it is having those clear principles. I love the framework, strategic even or statements, which gives some guidance around how to make certain decisions that you can broadcast simply to the broader org. And when you can establish those during those calm moments, then when you are under that pressure, teams aren't deliberating or trying to figure this out from scratch. They're applying a framework that they already understand, that they've already heard, and that they've maybe already even had practice in applying it. And so I think having that established in those calm moments, those guardrails, all of those things can then relieve the cognitive burden when we are under pressure.
Yeah, and I think it's our job as leaders, right, to I think to protect our people from this kind of perpetual spin that we're all in. And I think it really comes down to me, it's a risk management issue, right? It's a brand protection issue, because we're trying to, as leaders, particularly senior leaders, we're there to sort of protect the brand so that there's trust in our brand. We're there to protect customer loyalty. We're there to protect talent retention. We're there to protect against regulatory exposure. And ultimately, as CEO, I'm there to protect the long-term valuation of the company. So I think we can't afford not to try to slow things down and to make sure that we're making. I know this is all about speed, and things are often about speed, but even with AI adoption, I don't think we always have to be the first to adopt, right? Are we adopting something because it's the latest bright shiny object out there, or are we adopting something or doing something because it's going to provide value to our customer? To what I think someone said earlier about that's the central focus, right? And so I think sometimes slow is fast, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
I agree with all that's been said, actually. And I think, in addition, it's that establishing non-negotiable guardrails. So there's some things that are nice to haves, and then there's some things that are non-negotiable. So as mentioned by Sarah Jane already, people are aware of what this is. So it's not something that people are thinking about when under pressure. I do think that also senior or leaders should create structured decision-making frameworks so that if a team is under pressure, they're not having to decide everything from scratch. You're not working from scratch. You already have some sort of foundation, some sort of framework that is supporting. And again, going back to measuring behavior and not just outcome, again, when that is attached, people are more likely to think a little bit more about ethics when they're under pressure, because often that urgency or fatigue makes people miss those warning signs. And to leaders as well, not everything is an emergency, and especially in startup environments, everything feels like an emergency, but that's just not the case. So acknowledging that not everything is an emergency, these are the foundational non-negotiables that we have to work around. It supports in helping with that. And of course, it will never be a perfect scenario, but it provides that sort of baseline to support where those issues crop up.
Super. So this brings us almost towards the wrap-up round and the last question for the panel. Given what we've discussed so far at ethical speed level, accountability, culture, and leadership responsibilities, how do you see the leadership can influence the impatient stakeholders and shareholders if they were to intentionally slow down the organization to protect its ethical standards?
Oh, you have to speak in business terms now. Now, making the business case for slowing down before the crisis, not during it, I think is really helpful. Putting it in numbers. I think that's when we're depending on the stakeholders that we're talking about, the numbers ultimately will say so much. But I think from an overall plan, offering compromise options, phased rollouts, pilots, incorporate user testing. That's one that we have seen so much value in. When you have the conversations, again, we're an education technology product. We work with children. So speaking with parents, speaking with teachers, administrators, but then doing user testing and those pilots before doing a full-on product launch really allows speed with controlled exposure. And when you can translate all of that to numbers, then I think that's where you get the buy-in with the right stakeholders.
I really agree of course with Sarah Jane. I think very good and valid point. I think saying no isn't the right approach. I think saying here's a good alternative, here's a better alternative is the right approach. Maybe I can take two examples for us in Papaya. In Papaya, we built full payment rails into our payroll, our global payroll system. And building a full payment rails is a huge investment of time and money. And the reason we did it is because we wanted to take full liability of the entire payroll cycle. And the way we pointed this to our board wasn't we're going to slow us down for a while and then we're going to move faster. It was, if we build this, it will improve our ethics, it will improve our compliance, it will improve our delivery. And that is the investment that it takes. So it's not, let's not do that. It's that is the right way to go, and build the right business case around it in order for the stakeholders to connect and understand the meaningful business implications.
Yeah, no, agreed with both of you, and echoing that. And I think just to add, also it's just the change in language sometimes to a language people understand. So whereas instead of saying we need maybe more time for an ethical review, we say we need to reduce the likelihood of a regulatory investigation. That's going to make people think, wait, hold up a second, we can make the time for that because we certainly don't want that. So sometimes it's just small changes in language, and as mentioned, providing alternatives, providing solutions, and some compromises where necessary. Yeah, it's a good way to do that.
I would just say that history is filled with organizations that moved so quickly, and they've spent years cleaning up the damage from that, right? So I just think it is really, there's no, sometimes we frame everything in sort of this binary way, and I don't think it always has to be. I think people understand that you're building a product, or you're building a when you're building things, and things are going to break, and I think as a leader and in leadership, we always have to negotiate. We always have to negotiate with our stakeholders, and I think that's okay. I think being straightforward and honest about timelines, and sometimes we're going to meet those deadlines, sometimes we're not. Things come up that we don't see, and things that happen. And I mean, I could tell you tons of stories from the toy industry of minefields that we didn't know existed, and with a particular product, and they were unforeseen, and that was at the end of the day, that was okay, and it all worked out. But I think to me, in this environment, making sure because we are operating with less and less information sometimes. I think just following your core values and your core processes, and if that means sometimes you have to slow down, I think that's something we have to negotiate with our stakeholders.
Amazing. And this brings us to an end of a lovely panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And coming up, next panel is Human Judgment is the Safeguard AI Cannot Replace. Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much, and take care. Bye-bye.
Hi again. Thank you, Natasha, for moderating that really interesting conversation. And thank you, of course, to the panelists who joined us. There are a couple of things that stayed with me when I was listening to them. Really the idea that sometimes slow is fast, right? Because when we go fast, we might miss asking the correct questions. And also this idea that keeps coming up of speaking a language that your audience understands, right? It's important to understand who you're talking to and what language do they respond to. So thank you so much to our experts. Before we dive into the next panel of the day, just a little reminder for you. If you haven't done so, please go to the website for this summit, which is the AIXsummit.com. And I know our Hacking HR team will add the link in the chat. So please go into the website and officially register for this summit. Once you do, you'll get access to all sorts of free goodies and giveaways, including 3 months of free access to Read AI. So if you're interested, please go into the website and make sure that you officially register for the summit. All right. So now moving on to our next panel. This is such an important topic because I want you to think about this. What can AI do that human judgment can't? And what cannot be replaced by AI. So in order to lead that conversation, I would like to bring Tristina onto the stage, who is going to moderate our panel. Hey, there you are. Hello, Tristina. How are you?
Hi, Breezy. I'm just fine. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. It's great to see you. So I will leave it up to you since you are the expert here. And thank you again for being here. I will see everybody in a little bit.
All right. Thank you so much, Brizia. Hi, we're going to bring the panelist on for Human Judgment is a Safeguard AI Cannot Replace. We have an amazing panel today. They're joining right now. I see Kim Virtuoso joining, Deborah Clary, Carol Cooley, Joy King, and Linda Iria. Is that right, Linda?
Yep, I'll take it.
Okay. I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves, and then we'll jump right into our panel. I'm just impressed that we have such a fantastic panel and an all-woman panel. That's very rare these days. So Kim Virtuoso, I'm going to start with you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here in Las Vegas. I am the Chief People Officer at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, the resort and casino on the north end of the Strip that opened almost 3 years ago. I have a background in human resources and leadership development for over 15 years and primarily in the hospitality industry in Las Vegas. So excited to be here and excited to be speaking on this topic that I'm really passionate about.
Awesome. Sounds like a fun and exciting job, and like we all need to come visit you. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yes, that's right.
Agreed.
I'm going to kick it over to Deborah Clary.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Deborah Clary. I live in Louisville, Kentucky. We just finished the most beautiful Kentucky Derby. Might not be Vegas, but it's also a lot of fun and a lot of bourbon. My background is 3 decades in corporate America, from Frito-Lay, Coca-Cola, then the hard stuff, Jack Daniels. And then I decided to go back and get a doctorate in leader development in org design. And so since that point, my work has really been focused on the development of executives, particularly through the lens of curiosity.
Awesome. I love that, Deborah. And yes, that Kentucky Derby this year was fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to kick it over now to Joy King.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? My internet is spotty.
Just fine.
Perfect. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm Joy King. I am the Chief Talent Strategy and Operations Officer at the National College Attainment Network, and I am in the Maryland area. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Awesome. Sounds also like an exciting opportunity there. And Maryland's this is a great time of the year to visit Maryland. Nice and cool. But still sunny. Carol Cooley, I'm going to kick it over to you now.
Hi. Welcome, everybody, to the panel. My name's Carol Cooley. I have about 25 years of experience corporate and human resources in a variety of roles, ranging from HR business partners to talent management to chief people officer. I gravitate towards highly regulated industries, things like healthcare, financial services, banking. And now I'm leading my own fractional chief people officer practice. So I get to work with a number of organizations in a number of industries, and I'm finding that a lot of fun, just for the variety. And I'm really excited to be here and talking with you all today about this really interesting topic.
Well, welcome, Carol, and shout out to all the fractionals out there that are joining us today. That's great work, and somebody's got to do it, that's for sure. And we're going to close our introductions with Linda.
Okay, thanks. Great to be on this panel with such great panelists before me here. My name is Linda Iria. I'm the Senior Vice President in Human Resources Head for Ipsos, which is a research company. I am based in Toronto, Ontario, and if you watch soccer, you know the FIFA World Cup is going on, and so it's a little bit busy in the city. In any case, I also wear a couple of other hats. I am the Belong co-lead for Ipsos globally, which is our DEI initiative. And I'm also the Global Agentic Workforce and Culture Lead for Ipsos globally. Aside from my corporate role, I'm an executive coach, coaching HR leaders to go from whatever level they're at to the next one. And this topic of human judgment really is one that is exciting for me in my role. Happy to be here.
Nice. Thank you so much, Linda. I'm in Atlanta. I'm Tristina Lockhart. I'm the one of the founders and managing partners at Success Decoders. We are a HR consulting firm. We consult with all different types of companies. I'm kind of a fractional too at times, Carol. So sometimes I do those roles, and then sometimes I'm just managing our business. I have been in the HR world for about 30 years, and I found it very interesting where we are right now and where we're landing with AI. Being in Atlanta, I feel like we're your sister city right now, Linda. You guys are having the fight there, and we're having it as well in Atlanta. And so exciting times here too. Traffic's a bit busy.
Sure is.
So let's jump into our conversation, ladies. Let's talk a little bit about human judgment and the safeguard AI cannot replace, because one of the things I've found, especially lately in HR, is that there's a real difficulty around deciding when to use and when to activate AI. What type of AI we actually activate? Is it agentic? Is it going to be actually just automation? And so, Kim, we're going to start with you. Your question today is, as AI continues to automate high volume hiring, something we've leaned into with platforms like Paradox, this is your statement, to streamline speed and consistency, how are you ensuring that human judgment remains a deliberate checkpoint in your hiring process, especially for assessing culture fit, potential, and long-term success? And I will say I've had experience with Paradox, so I'm very curious about your answer here, Kim.
Awesome. Yes, thank you for the question. So just to give a quick history, we opened up Fontainebleau in 2023, and we only had 90 days to hire over 6,000 employees. So in a very compressed period of time, we knew that we had to have a high-powered talent acquisition system. And thankfully, a lot of our team was coming from the Las Vegas Strip and had intel in terms of what systems worked well, what did not work well, where the pain points of candidates were, and really had a fresh slate in front of us to determine what system we wanted to go to market with to create the best candidate experience. For us, being in a luxury hospitality environment, service is the utmost priority for us. And that goes for our candidate experience and our employee experience as well. And so we decided to take a risk on Paradox. It was actually new in our industry. We had not utilized it before. And high risk because we were also going to market as a new company as well. And so our brand reputation was on the line, introducing AI into a market that had not experienced it before. Really what the push for that was, we anticipated having over 80,000 applicants, which in just 90 days is a lot in totality. And a lot of the system providers we were talking to said, we can't handle that volume in such a short period of time. It'll probably break our systems. So Paradox was confident that they could handle the volume, but also leaning into the fact that we still had a small, pretty lean talent acquisition team. And so we needed system automation and the AI features to help us manage that volume. We launched in August of 2023 and actually received over 300,000 applications. And I can't even imagine if we were just doing all of that with humans, going through every single process on the front end, how we would manage that workflow and hire enough employees to open our doors in December. And so really where we sifted between how do we manage using AI and leverage it to the fullest extent while not taking away from the candidate experience and those human touch points that are so important. We leverage the system for screening candidates on the minimum qualifications, conducting the scheduling of interviews with our talent center and with hiring managers, ensuring there was communication every step of the way so that they knew from the moment they applied to interview to onboarding, they had communication throughout the journey. But really where we designed it to ensure we didn't replace human judgment was to ensure that our talent acquisition team was able to step in and create human checkpoints. These weren't just passive interviews. We were really deliberate about those moments that we created with our candidates and also for our leaders to have the opportunity to talk to candidates And where I would say AI helps is all of the automation and the communication. We have a chatbot who does conversational AI and can answer all those questions that are top of mind for a candidate in terms of PTO, benefits, where to park and come in on their first day of work. But what it doesn't do is help make the proper decision in terms of how do you connect with somebody through conversation? What is their service mindset? How do they show up and embody the hospitality presence that we're looking for? And all of those elements of the judgment, adaptability, authenticity, just the passion that someone brings to the process, you cannot automate talent acquisition 100%. And we've had system providers recommend that. And we don't align with that. That's not within our values at all. I think it's a really critical distinction, especially in hospitality or any service-oriented business for that matter. Hiring cannot be transactional for us. It has to be an experience, because the experience we create on the front end for our candidates is that exact experience we expect them to go and deliver to our guests. And so kind of the mantra that we've lived with, and we continue to evolve and expand as the system evolves and AI continues to do more for us. Technology can handle the transaction for us, but ultimately the humans, our talent acquisition team, our hiring managers, own the decision. And that's how we protect the integrity of the hiring process, how we preserve our culture, and also ensure we're hiring candidates for the long term, that they're a great culture add, that they align with our culture, with our guest service standards, and that they'll make a strong brand impact. And you can't do that solely with AI. You have to have human judgment in the middle and in critical touch points throughout that entire journey.
I totally agree with you. And Kim, that's a fantastic example. I remember the good old days when we had to actually do all that quickly, but with humans, and just the frustration of it all. So it's just amazing even to have the technology now to do that. But I love that you guys integrated touch points with your recruiters and said, hey, we still need to have that human touch. I'm always laughing at the memes where the person kind of gets stuck with the AI and they're asking the same question over and over again, or AI is assuming that the person has an attitude because of their tone of voice or things like that. And that is where the human touch comes into play. I was curious when you were talking a little bit about your organization's choice, did you look at other vendors when you were, and what brought you to choose the vendor that you did? Was it because of their ability to go into a rapid environment?
Yeah, really for us, it was, we actually were going out to market, did an RFP early January of 2023. And so one of the requirements was we have to get the system up and running in no less than 6 months. That also was a challenge for a lot of different providers, just based on resources or complexity of designing and configuring a system to our standards. And so Paradox, who we went with, was able to meet those requirements as well. And so that was a big ask and a requirement for us.
Yeah, I remember I used to call it Olivia. I'm glad I remember those days when it was first introduced.
Yes.
Awesome. So great answer to that question. Does any of the other panelists have any comments before we move on? Nope. All right, awesome. Carol Cooley, I think I'm gonna touch base with you. And I understand that you are our Denver, the Hacking HR Denver president. Is that correct?
I am, let me get the title right here. I am a co-lead of the Boulder Hacking HR chapter.
Okay, I love that. I love that. Well, welcome and thank you so much for spending time with us today. Where is human judgment most important in the employment cycle? How do you ensure that human oversight is inserted in the right ways and at the right times to augment automation?
Yeah, I think it really takes, our biggest premise here and the conversation that we're having is really about that human judgment. And I think you really need to bring that to thinking about all of the different things that AI may be doing within an organization. So for me, it's bigger than thinking just about how it can help automate workflows or processes or create a chatbot within the human resources function. But it's really, for me, it's thinking about that much more broadly and systemically of how the organization utilizes AI overall and who has the right level of governance over it, which to me, it should be a little bit of everybody's responsibility. I know different organizations place responsibility for AI maybe in a technology organization, or they might put it in HR, they might put it in compliance or legal. But really, I think in order to have a great strategy where you don't lose sight of human judgment, you need to have all of that integrated together and really be thoughtful as an organization about what are those moments and what are those touch points where human judgment is really necessary. I'll give you kind of a basic example that kind of played out in my mind, which is, Kim, you were talking about having a chat bot for those pre-employment questions. Where do I park? And I think all of that is great, but you need to insert, again, some of those connection points when it becomes something where human intervention really should be a part of the answer. So there's a difference to me of someone using a chatbot to search a tuition reimbursement policy, for example, than it would be for a bereavement policy. That's a different situation. And you might want to have something set up to flag those kind of moments that might need a stronger human touch. You know, in those moments, it goes past just, I want to understand what the policy is. And you may get a signal that somebody in your organization really needs help and needs reach out. And those are the things that I think we just need to be very thoughtful of, and making sure that you're building in those reinforcement mechanisms that allow you to not skip over someone who may have a real dire need to connect with a human. An example that I've seen play out in an organization is also like an automated process for exit interviews. But if there's something problematic that comes up in the exit interview itself, it flags so that a live HR representative can follow up with that individual. So those are the things that I think we really need to, in the design process, be thoughtful about.
Carol, I was thinking about what you just said, and those are really key touch points. There should always be that opt-out, right? When we're talking about HR, there's times when the employee may be frustrated, there may be issues, and they need to have that opportunity to opt out and schedule a meeting. And I don't see a lot of that being built into some of the new technology that's out there. There's the assumption that, AI can do it all. We don't need to have human interaction. And something that Kim said earlier that made me really think about talent acquisition is, how many of you guys remember your first experience getting your first job and how important and how precious that was, or your first promotion? And if it's AI that you're engaging with, that experience is completely different. And we're unfortunately shortcutting because of convenience, right? That opportunity for young people today who may be starting their careers fresh, just got out of college, so excited about that first opportunity, and may need the coaching that AI also can't give them, or mentorship that AI can't give them. So that was what came to mind for me as opportunities where we could put in more human touch points. All right, Joy, we're shifting over to you. How do you ensure that AI-enabled hiring practices support equity and inclusion without unintentionally excluding individuals with high potential but non-traditional backgrounds? So that's a great one.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's a great follow-on question to what we just talked about. This question is actually pretty personal for me, and I think it matters to say that out loud. I've spent my career working in and alongside communities where non-traditional has been the norm, where the most qualified person in the room doesn't have the credential that the algorithm was potentially kind of trained to look for. So when organizations ask how to use AI equitably in hiring, my first question back is always, equitable by whose definition? And I think that's really important to suss out. And you can't, that is a human perspective. You cannot trust the AI to do that kind of thinking for you. I think the reality is that AI doesn't create bias. And I want to just be really clear about this. It amplifies the assumptions that are already baked into the data that we as humans feed it. So if our historical hiring data reflects who we hired before. If who we hired before were from certain schools or zip codes or certain career paths, AI learns to replicate that pattern with remarkable efficiency. So we need to be really thoughtful. We'll call it objective, but it actually is not. So what I've learned is that equity in AI-enabled hiring really has to be an active practice, not passive. It means a few things concretely. First, you got to audit what AI is selecting for, not what you kind of told it to select for. So those are often different things. Uh-oh. Did I lose you?
No, you're there. We hear you just fine.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, perfect. So audit what your AI is actually selecting for. Second, I think you have to build human review into the process point. So I heard Carol speak to this a little bit, especially where exclusion is most likely to happen in the screening and the scoring and the ranking. And third, I think third is one, I think this one people skip. You have to define what high potential actually means for your organization before you automate anything. So the humans have to agree on that first. Your AI definitely can't figure it out for you. And so I think those are three really important pieces where human interaction is necessary. At NCAN in particular, our work is literally about expanding who gets access to opportunity. So I personally can't afford to use tools that narrow that talent pool by default. We have to be intentional. And I'd argue that every organization should be, whether equity is central to your mission or not, because the talent you're filtering out with the flawed algorithm is often exactly the talent that you need.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has any comments. Does anybody have a comment to piggyback on Joy?
I'm just wondering, Joy, and I've not heard your perspective before, but I think it's really interesting. The things that I hear from leaders is in general that the AI is biased, especially towards females and minorities. And so I'm just curious it sounds like you all have done it differently and you've mastered it in a different way. So I'm just curious on that.
When you say bias,
yeah, please go ahead.
I just wanted for audience clarification, Deborah, do you say biased towards or biased against?
Against women and minorities. And so right now there's just a lot of work being done in trying to understand the biases of AI in general. I'm not talking about if you customize something inside your organization. And it sounds like Joy, they've kind of cracked the nut inside their organization.
Yeah, I think so one, I want to just be clear. Yes, it is biased because that is how it has been programmed to be. So I don't know that we're necessarily have mastered it. I think that what we have done is start to identify the things to look out for and to check our work. It's like math to me. What I want to make sure that whatever answer I get, I can go back and check the work and make sure that it kind of checks our boxes. I see somebody put in the comment, garbage in, garbage out, right? So I think that's really it. If you, for example, if I ask AI to build me a rubric and I just kind of take that rubric, I feed it a job description, I ask it to build me a rubric so that I can review resumes, and I take that rubric and I run with it without kind of using my own expertise and knowledge to go back through and make sure that it is actually checking for the things that we believe are important, then I've done it a disservice, right? And so it allows me to kind of go back and refine the ask, right? Again, I love it in the sense that you can talk to it kind of like a person, right? You identify X, Y, Z as clear indicators or capabilities, but you excluded this particular group of people and so on and so forth, right? So it's my responsibility to push back and clarify. And I think that's the nut that we've cracked. We've got to own that outcome.
That's fantastic. And it gets back to the title of this session is the human judgment.
Right.
No,
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. I was just thinking, are you asking it when you're creating that rubric? Are you asking it to look at disparate impact? Are you telling it, remember there are laws against discrimination of people over a certain age? Someone may not have the same background as another person. Are you taking all those things into account? And AI is a partner. That's the piece that we have to remember. It's a partner. It's just like your coworker, right? It's not supposed to be a replacement for you. It's not supposed to replace your thinking. It is to enhance the experience. And for us as HR practitioners, it gives us the hands we generally never have.
Yeah.
We don't have the
Absolutely.
staff or the money usually to do it. Deborah, since you volunteered to come out in that one with a question, I loved your question. Let's swing over to you, Dr. Deborah Clary. As AI becomes more embedded in workplaces, what leadership capabilities will become even more essential and uniquely human?
Yes, yes. So you think about every major technology shift, it really changes the value of human skills. And I think that there are some key things that leaders need to be really honing in as we go through this explosive evolution, if you will, with AI. And it's not about, unfortunately, we have trained leaders to have you must have all the answers. And that was a disservice to leaders because the best leaders have the best questions. And so right now, everybody's on the same playing field with AI. Everybody has the answers. But the leaders that I think are going to really thrive and create a competitive advantage are going to have certain things. First off, I'm going to say is curiosity. So curiosity is about not necessarily being the smartest person in the room, but it's creating the smartest room. Meaning, how do we elevate the conversations that we're having with our team and with our organization? And so it's about anybody can ask a question of AI, but the curiosity and the curious leader is going to be the one that says, is this the right question, right? Is this the right question that we're answering? And I think it was Einstein said if he had an hour to solve a problem, he would take 55 minutes to make sure he was solving the right problem. And that's by asking questions. So that would be the first one, is around staying curious. The next is around judgment. So when we're getting answers back from AI, and Joy talked about this as well, is we have to have discernment is this answer supporting our strategy? Does it support our culture? Does it support our people? So with that judgment, it's having discernment to say, is this the right answer for us? And the next one is around sense making. So our brains are wired to make sense of what we're hearing and what we're seeing. And so when we just take it for granted that AI has the right answer, we're going to be doing a disservice to our teams and to our organization. So the challenge isn't about finding information. It's about being discerning. Is this the right information that's in alignment with our strategy? And the next one is, and this is something that just can't be replaced, and that's building trust. And building trust comes from human connection and collaborating. You think about AI, it cannot sit across from a table with a struggling employee. It cannot navigate a thorny situation between teams. And that's where, when you're building trust, and I know that my colleagues on this call understand the importance of trust in human resources, but trust in terms of leaders building that so that people follow them. You may not follow AI and you may not follow a leader that doesn't really pour into you in terms of building the relationship. And then the last one I would say is those courageous conversations. AI cannot tell you when things are amiss, right? It might agree with you, but it always feels like when I'm working with AI, like I am right. I'm just a superstar, right? Courageous conversations is when you can respectfully disagree with your colleague in order to get to a better outcome, in order to get to better performance. So those are some of the characteristics that I think are going to be needed from this point forward.
I mean, this conversation is just getting better and better. Joy and Dr. Clary, I appreciate both of your responses on both your questions. We have to be able to challenge AI. And like you said, Dr. Clary, it's always sounding like you're amazing. Yeah, you thought you
Superstar.
reinvented the world.
I got it. I'm nailing it.
Yeah,
Man,
maybe
I'm
not,
good.
right? Right. And so even in our prompts that we're writing, we have to make sure that we're challenging AI to think outside the box, do some research. Don't go with my answers and don't agree with me all the time. Right. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. You've made 3 amazing points. Linda, your turn. You're up at bat. All right. How do HR leaders strike the right balance between trusting data-driven recommendations and exercising human intuition and experience? Which we all know in HR, they tell us, don't go with your gut. And we know as women, sometimes we got to go with our gut. So there you go, Linda. There's your question.
Well, I mean, I think this question has really been answered by just about a smattering of everything that everyone has said earlier. Like you said, Trisina, having AI is ensuring that, technology it's just an augmentation. It's not the be all and end all. AI works in conjunction with us. And when you have that mindset that AI is your partner, your assistant, then you're able to bring in the human insight. I like what Deborah said earlier about curiosity. When you rely too much on AI, then that factor of curiosity diminishes. One of the things that leaders must have in this world of AI is critical thinking, which I think, as we all mentioned, you put in a prompt into AI and it says, that's fantastic. That's a great idea. That's a great answer. It reduces the critical thinking. So critical thinking is something that we must, as leaders, hold on to like our lives depended on it. Empathy, context. As leaders, understanding that, I think it was Joy that mentioned garbage in and garbage out, and someone on the chat mentioned that as well. But the data that we get from AI is past data that's reflecting the past. The humans are the ones who can reflect today. So I think about something simple like, data that we get from an HR perspective. The trend is that we've got 12% attrition, or performance management shows that, 30% of the people in this department are failing miserably. Well, it's not telling you that Jackie Jones, whose performance went down, is going through a struggle at home. It's not telling you that John, whose performance went down, just lost his mother. Like, it's not telling you all that information. It's just giving you data from the past. And so the humans really need to be there to hold on to critical thinking, to add context to the data, to add empathy to the data. Even in interviewing, the other day I was interviewing someone and I thought, my goodness, the resume that I looked at and the answers you're giving me are just not matching. So many areas where we cannot lose sight of the importance of leadership, the importance of people, the importance of humans as we, move forward in this AI-driven world. Most important, like I said, is just for the leaders to really hold on to that. Critical thinking, AI is not there yet. That's levels as well as context.
That's a very important point, Linda. Thank you so much for that. I just was thinking when you were talking about those candidates, sometimes that things don't align on their resume. We do a lot of warehouse placements and things like that at the leadership level. And sometimes they'll tell me, these are the most amazing resumes, but these people, when they're talking, and then I'm like, I had to talk to my team. Don't make the resume outshine the person, right? So that, and then the opposite I saw the other day, and it was very interesting to me, and is why when Joy was talking about making sure that we're being fair and equitable, I was talking to a person who had 30 years experience, and they don't put 30 years experience on their resume, right? So they had 10 years, and I kept saying, well, I don't see this experience that you're talking about, right? Yeah. And then it clicked in my mind, well, of course you don't see it. They said it was 15 years ago. They gave you a 10-year compression of their experience. So again, AI is not going to think that. It's not going to probe those questions. It's just going to make a split-second decision, move on to the next person. Yeah. So those are really key elements. You guys are giving us fantastic questions answers. Does anybody have any comments on what we've talked about so far before we move into more of a lightning round?
Just the last thing I wanted to say, as everybody was talking, is this phrase I like to use called moral courage. And I think it's really that piece around like the willingness to say this recommendation is wrong, right? Like AI is supposed to bring efficiency. Sometimes it's hard to argue against that when, as you mentioned earlier on, right? Sometimes we're the only ones in the job. We are the team. And so sometimes in light of having more efficiency, we lose sometimes the moral courage to take a step back and say, no, actually, this doesn't work. So I think there's part of this has to be a culture where overriding AI with sound reasoning is respected, not questioned. And that starts with us, the people that are using it first and helping to make these types of decisions for our teams.
Moral courage is that first step, right, to correcting ourselves. I love that. I was just thinking, I'm gonna shift the question over to Linda again. Linda, I know you just answered, but I feel like we need to give you a lot of time, so I want to make sure that I give you some time to share more of your thoughts, especially since you coach other HR professionals. Do you think, or what difficulty, and all ladies, all please be thinking about this particular question. Do you find it difficult to get your leaders in your organizations to trust the AI and the sometimes the differences between the AI decision and the human judgment?
So not every leader has that difficulty, but again, I think it all depends on age and experience. So I think you'll find that those who have been in the workforce for a longer period of time tend to trust themselves more than they would trust technology. And then those who are from the newer generation tend to trust that technology can help to augment their work much faster than those who've been a longer period of time in the workforce. And that leads to one of the fears that we need to look out for as we advance in this age of AI is that age gap. You know, as we use AI to replace a lot of junior roles, some of the things we need to think about are what happens to succession planning when we don't have those juniors at the bottom of the band, right? So who's advancing up the ladder? We need to think of things like reverse gender balance. You know, we've done a lot of work. I'm so glad to see that I'm on a panel with all these ladies here. But we've done a lot of work to ensure that there is gender balance in the workplace. Now, AI typically comes from technology, and technology a lot of times, or maybe not sure that this is not data driven, but I see a lot of men in the technology department. So are we now going to be skewing more to more men in the workplace? So thinking of things like that, I wouldn't say that they have difficulty. I think it all depends on who it is that you're talking to.
Any of the other ladies have a comment before we go into our closing questions? We've got 6 minutes, ladies. I want to make sure that you guys all get a chance to speak forward.
I would just agree with Linda that I think it's really dependent upon the individual. You know, I've seen some leaders really jump in and embrace AI and use it for a variety of things to help them get started. And I've also seen some leaders that are just much more reticent to use it or are really being thoughtful about how best to use it, you know, want to understand the biases, but they don't have subject matter, you know, expertise around that. So they're being cautious about how they integrate it into their workflows. But I also think something that we need to be thoughtful about as leaders and as HR professionals is how we're setting up safety within the organization and guardrails for the use of AI. So if someone is more reticent, how are we making that a safe choice for that particular individual? If someone is very excited, how do we give them the proper guardrails so that they're not using proprietary information in the AI tool? So that's just some of the things that I think about when I think about leader readiness and workforce readiness to adopt AI.
Anybody else? Thank you, Carol. All right, girls, really quick. And I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry.
No, I love it. You can say that.
I still want to be a girl. Okay, as we look ahead, how do you see the role of HR evolving in an AI-driven world? And what is one thing you're doing today to ensure your organization doesn't lose the human element that ultimately drives engagement, performance, and retention? We'll start with Kim, and then we'll go around robin.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think this will kind of put a bow on everything that all of the ladies have said today, because I think we all have pretty similar themes and takeaways. But from my perspective and within our organization today, we are undertaking a massive AI transformation. And we are finding, to Carol's point, it's based on the person, it's based on the department, it's based on the function. But what I've really advocated for from the human standpoint is not taking the humans out of the equation. People crave action. That's how many people are successful and motivated, and they need that support. They need coaching, they need guidance, and AI can't do that. And so one of the charges my team and I have had is really focusing on how can we augment the work? How can we make AI your sidekick? Take away those mundane tasks, the transactional tasks, things that we can get off of your plate that are not making you happy, you're not passionate about, that really isn't adding significant value in the long term, but we know has to happen in the day-to-day. And then freeing that time up for them to see, with that freed up time, especially as leaders, how can I get out more and be engaged with my team? In our restaurants, in our hotel, how can I be on the floor and coach and engage, coach on the spot with positive reinforcement and recognition, and really show up in those conversations to assess potential and help employees thrive. That's where we need people, and that's where we need leaders to be able to lead and help people feel understood and valued. And the last thing I would say to that is really creating base and psychological safety. If we don't have that and build trust, we will have people push away from AI because they don't want to adopt it, because there's a fear of people losing their jobs. And that's a really hard headline to get away from, because it's all over in the news and on social media. And so I think if we can slow down to be really thoughtful in the strategy before we launch and go all in, we'll have a better, sustainable, long-term investment, not only in our people, but in better process and productivity.
Totally. Thank you, Kim. All right, Joy.
Thank you. This has been a really great discussion. Thanks, everybody. I will just add here, I think HR leaders are being asked to do something genuinely hard right now, and that is become fluent enough in AI to govern it well without losing the thing that makes us effective in the first place, which is our ability to see people as whole human beings and not data points. So what I'm doing today is really about being slow and intentional with our AI rollout. Speed is not the goal, and everything about AI tells you something different. Like every single panel I go to, it's like we've got to move quickly because the technology is changing so fast. The technology has historically changed fast. That's not changing. We're just talking about something kind of new and different. So I think we have to understand how these tools work, who they benefit by default, and where they break, and make some deliberate choices about when and how we use them. So I want to do that in a slow way, bringing my colleagues along with me, having them trust myself and the technology, and making sure that they understand what we're using, why we're using it, and where we've decided not to. And I think that piece is super important. It also means making sure that every process we build has a human decision point that isn't optional. So nothing performative, but something with teeth, like investing in my team's ability to think critically about AI and about why we do the things we do, especially in hiring. I think is really important as well. My goal isn't to slow down the work, but it's just to make sure that we don't automate the judgment away. We want people to stay, and we want people to have trust and be safe. And so we have to be very intentional about all of those things.
I love it. Intentionality. And then Kim saying that we want to make sure people feel like they want to stay working. Ladies, I'm not rushing you. If we could go really quickly, Deborah.
Yeah, so I would encourage HR professionals to leverage AI for speed and efficiency, but double down on curiosity, judgment, sense making, and trust building.
Love that. Trust building and curiosity, top of mind there for me, for sure. Linda?
Really quickly, the world of AI reminds me of COVID. COVID was a chance when HR people became everything to everybody. We're in the same cycle again. Take advantage, be in the forefront, ensure that your employees have psychological safety. That's where it starts, and everything else will follow.
Love that. Love that. Psychological safety. Carol?
I'm going to echo what my fellow panelists have said, a lot around trust and psychological safety, and I would close with, I think it's really at the heart of it is about communication and making sure that you're thinking through what you need to communicate, how you're communicating it, give people, Linda said it earlier, the context around decision-making and things like that. So again, I think it really comes down to that ability to think critically when you know that the AI tool is not going to do that for you necessarily.
Awesome. I love that. Ending on the note of communication. Thank you, ladies. This is an amazing panel. Thank you for this session on human judgment as a safeguard that AI cannot replace. Thanks so much to Kim, Deborah, Joy, Carol, and Linda. Our next panel is inclusion and equity, our strategy imperatives, not afterthoughts. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Trishina, and to our amazing panelists. That was such an insightful conversation. Just a really important reminder that, to be a great leader, we need critical thinking, and that is something that AI cannot replace. So, we're living in a world where AI becomes more and more ingrained in everything we do in our everyday life, but the need for human connections, human conversations, and human experiences will also become more important than ever. And so, well, moving right along with our next panel, in which, by the way, can you believe that we have only 2 panels left? I mean, time is really flying by. So for our next panel, let me bring on stage Dr. Frank Gonzalez. There you are.
Hello. Happy Friday. Hello, everybody. Thank you, my friend. 2 panels left. No pressure. No pressure.
Right? So we are close to ending, and thank you so much. It's always a treat to have you as a moderator in our summit. So thank you so much for being here, and I will jump off and leave you to it.
No, my pleasure. And welcome, my friends. If you're just joining for one of your very first panels, or if you've gone through the entire experience, grab a sip, get a bio break, but we hope to make it a treat as we round out the last 2 sessions on this Friday. I hope you're well. I hope you're safe. I want to thank you personally for taking a moment for yourself to get some insights, get some thoughts, get some development, and hopefully get your books out. I know we're talking about AI, but the more sensory you put in, the more you'll take in. And I got my book ready. I took notes from the last session myself, from Kim, you can't automate 100%, even from Joy, equity, but by whose definition? I was like, whoa, mic drop. Hello, everybody. I'm Frank Gonzalez, a people and culture executive with 20 years of cross-industry global experience around talent and a number of different initiatives. But you're not here for me, Dr. Frankie G. You're not. Let's bring up our panelists. I'm just serving as your moderator. Hopefully I could do a good job and bringing on those wonderful, beautiful freaking faces you just heard from Human Judgment. Please do stay tuned as we round out the last session for sustaining AI. But we're in a powerful thought right here as not making AI an afterthought, right? And that is freaking huge. So I want to dive right in because these experiences go really quickly. I got my notebooks. I hope you all got y'all's notebooks as well, wherever you're dialing in from around the world. Again, thank you. Thank you, Hacking HR. And thank you, panelists. Experience doesn't stop here. Connect with them, on LinkedIn, get their insights, connect with each other. I will do my best also to curate a bit of the comments, but let's dive right in. And I want to go kind of clockwise. So we're going to start with you, Sarah, no pressure. However, AI, the algorithm, put you up on the first. I see you on my clockwise right here. But I'd love for you to, a couple of things here, right? So a few things. One, why did you say yes to this topic? Because that's huge too. There was something in you. You said yes, you clicked on it, a little bit about you, but we're going to dive right into the efficiency and productivity when we talk about strategy on this piece of it, right? So it's not just about efficiency. We're talking about improving outcomes with AI and coming along that side. So I love your thoughts around that, and we'll just kind of go clockwise. So Sarah, please kick us off, my friend.
Yes, absolutely. Well, this whole summit is all about AI. So, I mean, it's quite an obvious statement to say that it's everywhere, all around us. And it's one of the hottest topics that people are talking about today. And for me, I said yes, because this entire conversation really sits at the intersection of leadership, humanity, and organizational responsibility. I work in HR as well as organizational development and coaching. So I constantly think about how people grow, how leaders make decisions, and how the systems around them either expand that or limit their opportunity. AI, yes, it's a technology, but it's not just that. It's an entire conversation that needs to be had. It's a leadership, culture, and equity conversation that we need to be having. And the risk is that organizations adopt AI primarily to move faster, reduce friction, maybe increase efficiency, but they don't always pause long enough to ask, faster to whom, easier for whom, more accessible for whom. And that's what this conversation is all about, right? So the opportunity is right here in front of us to not simply just use AI, but to use it in a way that makes work more human, not less human. So to get back to your first question about, AI being embedded in workplace decisions, how leaders expand opportunity, development, and inclusion, not just efficiency. This is where leaders have to shift their questioning from how can AI help us do things faster to how can AI help us do things more fairly, more clearly, and with more inclusivity. So that means the AI adoption can't only sit with IT where it typically sits. HR and learning and development leaders, as well as legal, compliance, and frontline leaders, need to be directly involved in AI adoption because employees all need a voice in how it's implemented within an organization. And a few things here matter, and I'll try to make this quick. But first, leaders need to look at the data AI is relying on. If the historical data reflects bias patterns, AI can replicate those patterns at scale. Second, leaders need to build a human review into high impact decisions, especially around hiring, things like promotion, performance, selection, whatever that is. Maybe you have an internal leadership development program and there's a selection process. Well, you want to make sure that that selection isn't biased if you're relying on a system to do it for you. But with that comes compensation decisions, development, disciplinary decision, things like that. And thirdly, organizations need to train people, not just how to use AI, but also how to question it. In a prior panel today, someone had just mentioned that AI is really good at saying, you're fantastic, Sarah, you've got the right answers, you're on track. It's there to give us positivity and tell us we're doing great. It's up to us to question what it's telling us. One example that I can think of is using AI to improve access to development for employees. In leadership development, AI can help translate complex concepts into multiple learning formats. Some employees learn best through reading, through touching, through examples, reflection questions, role play, whatever it is. AI really is there and helps us to personalize that learning in a way that works for them that would have taken much, much longer before. So it's not just a time saver, it's an access tool. If you think about it, we're talking about accessibility here and inclusivity. It can help us promote that. So the key, and I'll wrap this up by saying the AI should really expand the number of people who can participate, contribute, and grow. If it only makes already advantaged people faster, then we've really missed the boat there.
Whoa, fire already. I wrote the note right here, the replication in patterns for sure. And, as a social psychologist, the piece is it won't replicate thoughts and feelings, but the output of patterns, it's going to do that and just replicate it. So we need to pause and really do analysis because it's just going to replicate patterns from before. And where it sources it from a lot of times is just things that may not work or work for you. And so that is amazing, my friend. Thank you for kicking us off. Kristen, no pressure. You got this.
Same question or different question? Now I'm panicked.
Yeah, same question. I mean, but your added perspective, right? Why you said yes, a little bit about yourself, but then also, it's not more just efficiency. It's also about that productivity output, right? And obviously in this, inclusion or exclusion mindset, your experiences and thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would say, I mean, from a saying yes perspective, I'm the CEO at Ellie, and I have been a hiring manager for over 20 years. And it's been one of the great joys of my career to build diverse and inclusive teams. And remote work has been something that I had championed since 2017, when we moved remote for Trello. In part because as a working mom myself, I just knew like if I had to commute into New York every day, like I just wasn't going to get that job. I wasn't going to do it. Right. And those were trade-offs that I was making. And I knew there were amazing, talented people who were being underrepresented because of location or accessibility to things or whatever it might be. And when I look back at my best performing teams at all the places that did amazing, I always think like, we really set out from the very beginning to make sure that we had a diverse room of thought around us. And I think that it can come with conflict and it can come with all those things, but that's where the best stuff came out of it. And so to talk about that in a world where I think there is a real concern that AI is going to homogenize things even more than maybe it already is, just felt like such an exciting opportunity to chat through that. So that is my yes. And in terms of inclusion and efficiency, I mean, Sarah said it so well. And I think there really is that question around like efficiency for who, around what. Like, I think a lot of what we have decided, and I hear stories, I'm sure everyone hears stories of things like, your OKR or your KPIs have now been replaced by how many tokens you've used or, how much you're putting through the AI. And I think it's because we're struggling. A lot of leaders are struggling to understand how to measure that efficiency and how to measure that accessibility. And they're doing it in a way that I think is creating a problem, which is people are then feeling the pressure to use it maybe in places that they didn't need to use it before. And I think that's also the same challenge of saying like, hey, listen, everyone's needs are not the same. This will not help everyone's efficiency the same way. Maybe you were really efficient and didn't have these challenges in this part of the role, but suddenly this other thing is more challenging for you. And I think as we think about like the measurement and how we're asking people to engage with this, we have to treat that like it's not a homogenized group. Maybe every engineer doesn't need it for, the coding piece, or maybe they want to use it for write-ups instead or for performance information. And why do we care where it's being implemented, as long as it's helping people do their job better and being able to do the things that maybe were more challenging for them before better. And so I think it's not just the access, but it's really the measurement of it, because at the end of the day, like individuals are going to go down and say like, well, what's my KPI? What am I going to be talked about in my performance review? And if we assume everybody needs the exact same help in every single way, we're going to get people who are frustrated or disillusioned with the process, or just suddenly now evaluated in a way that's unfair for their individual, styles of working.
Wow. I almost forget my role here. I'm like writing notes. And I'm like, yes. And then I just pause like, oh wait, I'm moderating. Hold on. But it's a continuation of even what Sarah was saying, right? So it's like AI is a great job of like, yeah, you're doing great. But you mentioned we're putting it in places and spaces maybe it wasn't intended, and that's not the problem. But then it happens to do what's called hallucinate, right? It'll just like, I owe you an answer regardless of the platform. I'm not here to advocate platform versus not. And it's like, hey, I owe you an answer. Here's that, and you did great. And does this look good? An infographic, a dashboard, the measurement, whatever it might be. But it's hallucinating, meaning it's just making up an answer. Right. And so that's not what's important. You got to pause in again, too. And the measurement is piece. And as long as it's helping over the friction. Right. So help, not a hindrance, but helpful. And so that's amazing. And all of y'all are already getting affirmations, on the comments already. People are saying mic drop, fantastic points. Even going back to Sarah was like, right. Just kind of like, right. Exclamation mark. So amazing things. And thank you all so much. And I know Stacey just paused out for just a moment for auditory, but we'll be back in momently. But Karen, on to you, my friend. You got this. I know you do. We're just going to keep building on it. But why did you say yes? you know, and a little bit about yourself, and then this piece around that productivity or efficiency, you know, your thoughts.
This is tough to follow. These answers and nuggets have all been so great. And a quick shout out to Gator Nation out of Gainesville, Florida here. You know, I said yes because AI is here to stay, whether we like it or not. It's been, that train has left the station and we are here. So it's really important that when we talk about equity and inclusivity, right, that inclusivity piece for me, and this is why I said yes, it's not just the work side, but we have to create a psychological safety space for our employees and our teams to really understand, one, how are we using it, right? Like, what's the strategy? What is that why, or the how we get there? But more importantly, one piece back, the philosophy, right? Like, why are we doing this? And then how are we going to audit the why to ensure that that our AI isn't running rampant or our processes aren't broken, to ensure that we are being inclusive and not biased. With that piece, when I talk the work side, let's make this a way that we can really share what AI is, right? Let's strip it all the way back to the fundamentals of the definitions, if you would, and really loop in our teams who, that's the reason why we're here, to show them how to use it, not just in the workspace, but through that training, we're then able to help inform them on how to use AI in their personal lives, for themselves, for their family, for their friends. And this builds trust in the process, right? And then through that process, when we go back talking to philosophy, let's make sure we're inclusive in how we do this. What does our team look like? Are there any barriers to access information, understanding of AI that we need to also address during that rollout in our organizations? And, you know, I've talked to a lot of HR peers, and organizations are all over the place in their maturity. So really getting it right from the get-go, understanding what's in play today. What does your team know? Send out a survey, right? Like, ask for the proficiency and keep it so that the answers come in are authentic. And that'll really give you a good key indicator if you're early in your journey, or also take a pulse and say, like, how we're using AI. Is it working? Are we using it in the way we wanted to solve an issue? And are we getting that time back? Because the overarching theme of AI is keep the human and the humanity in AI. Can't all be AI. No recruitment process can soup to nuts go outsource, schedule, do the interviews, and make a decision. That's just not possible. So how we do it needs to be thoughtful. So I'm very invested. I'm very passionate. I talk a lot with my hands. I will try and watch that throughout today's panel, but this is why I'm here, and I'm very excited. So thank you.
And that's good. I embrace that. Talk with your hands. AI can't talk with its hands, so it can't, you know, you don't be an afterthought. Let AI be an afterthought, right? And that, I love it, because you actually, even with your own unique perspectives and build, it actually reminded me of what Kristen had just said. Kristen, you're talking about as being a mother, and I'm a father, right? I'm other things, and you brought that in too. And you're talking about the personal side of it, right? So use it to, you know, create a little bit more balance in this imbalance that we realistically have, where we spend, outside of sleep, we spend more of our time doing work or thinking about work. And so how can I create some balance as a father, as a mother, as an aunt, uncle, a caregiver of some sort for an elderly, whatever your household dynamics and demographics look like. And then it almost made me think about too, you can, you know, challenge AI like a conversation, like you all been saying. Who's excluded in this analysis? Who is not a part of this? How do I increase the inclusion piece of it, right? And make it practical for my situation, right? And you got to challenge it back, and not just going way back to what Sarah said. Don't just accept the rah of AI and they say, yeah, you're doing great. And you're like, you're doing great too, chatty. Like, no. Look, it's a cerebral conversation to make it challenge, so it is not an afterthought. Wow. Okay. I don't know about you alls, but my note sheet is getting really full. And so, Vera, I know you got it too, my friend. Tell us, please, why you said yes, your thoughts about the productivity efficiency.
Yeah, so I'm responsible as the Director for Talent Practices, so talent management in the organization. And therefore, AI has obviously been a very present topic over the last years, I would say. Because it is detrimentally changing the way that we look at skill as well. Because skill, the way that it was in the old world, is now starting to be replaced. Not fully, for sure, but the speed that you need to require skill at completely has changed. And the reason for that is AI, because right now you have all the information in your pocket, right? For me, the reason that I said yes to this conversation is, however, not the speed and the way that skills in general are changing and the acquirement of skills is changing, but because with AI, I feel like we're talking so much about how do we make the program inclusive, right? So you just said like how to make sure that the AI doesn't have bias, for example, but for me, what's even more so important, and I feel like this is not something we talk about often enough, is how do we make sure that with AI, I think, Frank, you've been saying something, but if you're muted, so I'm not sure. No. So how do we make sure that with AI, we don't displace people who will lose their jobs or whose skills are going to be replaced? And I mean that in the most respectful way, because we all know that there are millions and millions of jobs, and we see the statistics that will be replaced, that will be gone over the next 5 to 10 years. And whether we like it or not, it's something that we need to think about. And we just go ahead with, okay, we do an implementation, we adopt to AI, we start putting it into our day-to-day business, we maybe use it for private, but what we don't do in the conversation that we don't have, and I think this is really where diversity, equity, and inclusion starts, is where do we stand 5 years from now when we don't have the same amount of work, we have higher productivity, higher efficiency, and suddenly a lot of people who fall off the radar of the workforce because they don't add value in the classical sense anymore, because their skills are not valuable anymore. They can now be done fully automated. And I think it is our responsibilities, especially within HR, to take that conversation and start creating policy changes throughout the world, in politics, in corporate, everywhere. Because what we need to change for true inclusion and equity is our entire working framework. And with working framework, I mean, how do we look at work and how do we value work? And how do we therefore make sure that it's also distributed among the people in a way so that our society is not split completely going forward?
Oh, whoa. I often talk with my hands too, but I leave myself on mute on purpose because I don't want to disrupt the gravity of what you're saying. So no, that's not a tech issue. That's just me like, whoa, yes. You're so right about that. We just don't talk about it enough, and it makes the policy piece is huge. So let's create some policy concurrently as it and good usage, right? And also this is a growth opportunity that we are accountable for as well to help it not replace, but as it does get replaced, how do we be part of that journey? Because we often in organizational design, we got goals, we got job design, we have roles, right? How the structure is, and then we have culture. And we often talk about the decrease. Oh, we're decreasing this, we're getting rid of this. There's reductions of workforce. We're moving, we're moving towards a new product. What does that look like? Operations, all that. Well, we forget about, so where are we growing? And so we're talking about AI, but how do we be part of that growth? And I'm going to stay with you in a moment here, because we're gonna go round back counterclockwise as we approach the halfway point. And I really want to, and I'm gonna give you a chance to think about this, viewer, but as you deep dive even further into the adoption piece of it, right? What does that look like from the scale or the making sure and ensuring that we don't create any unintentional exclusion, right? What are your thoughts and experiences? And as you think about that, I'm going to hop over to the comments, because you all are just like crushing it, as the kids say now, as my son says, crushing it. You're smoking. You're awesome. You're getting the dub, the W, the win, right? The dub. That's what he calls it, my son. And it's like just the energy piece of it. I love it. Thank you. And trophies, apparently. So this is not AI generated, by the way, Sarah. This is real life people giving the kudos, right? And you all are just wowing people overall and loving the energy. So thank you all so much. I see you, Kim. I see you, Melissa. I see you, Tiffany. All right. We love you too. They love you. So make sure to connect with our panelists. But Vera, let me stick with you as we go counterclockwise. What are your thoughts about that around the scale, right? And making sure it's not an afterthought, or also just ensuring that we don't create some sort of unintended exclusion?
I think a part of what Sarah said in the beginning is very important, right? So at first, we need to look at the data that we use for algorithms or for large language models in general. If we use biased data, we will get biased outcomes and biased recommendations. I think this is something that we have seen in the very beginning, especially of AI being used within the HR field, and it has become better. But it is something that is still not eradicated, I would say, because we do let these models learn through data, and that's mostly historic data, and historic data does not necessarily display what we want to see nowadays. So that for sure is a big one. But beyond that, I want to move back into the policy piece, where I think one of the main challenges with AI at scale is we don't, or not just we, there is currently no governing organization that actually has both the power and the ability to police, I would say, AI. And that is something where we're behind as a society. And this is where the inclusion, or that actually it is not happening, starts, because now we give power to those who create these systems, and we don't have access to what is behind it. We don't have access to just what is behind in the algorithm, but also then what do they do with our data? There is a reason that a lot of organizations are very hesitant to implement AI in normal work. There is also a reason that there's massive regulations around what you're allowed to put into that, because a lot of AI models nowadays, they will keep learning based on the data that you put in, and they will just take that data. And this is where it's a privacy issue, but it's also an issue from an inclusion side, in my perspective, because you create an imbalance in power through data, through more data, right? Every user that you have will give you more data. Every point of data that you have will give you more power. So this equilibrium that has never actually been there is now getting completely out of balance. And I think this is where we need to start looking at specifically at scale, because at scale it becomes worse and worse and worse.
Wow, absolutely. Like, I'm just enamored, sorry. Absolutely, we have to surface that and continue to surface that and bring that back in, because the parameters by which it's set is already creating inaccessibility, because we don't know that. So we have to ensure that, and that's where the human piece is still going to come out, right? You got to still ensure that those thoughts, context, it's not, there was a comment in the chat, doesn't understand the full context of your situation. It doesn't. That would be at least a 10-page prompt just to get started. It's more than a couple of lines. Hey, analyze this. It doesn't have the full context of people's behaviors, their thoughts, their feelings. And that's where you come in. And you have to then seize at least that power on the scale. And I really love that approach, and you're getting a lot of affirmations. Karen, what are your thoughts on that?
First of all, following Sarah and Vera, I feel like Kristen and I have a tough job to follow. But that said, it's really building upon, right? Like, it's understanding, like, I will say, and this is plugged to Hacking HR, if you've not done a certification or the mini micro master's class, do it. Because what was really eye-opening for me from an inclusivity standpoint and an equity standpoint is just what it takes to gain access to some of these platforms. There's cost, there's time, there's the knowledge and understanding, and a lot of hesitation that comes in to AI in the workforce is really not understanding, and that fear they're going to be laid off, they're going to be fired, AI is going to take their job. So really, to ensure that we're scaling, in an unbiased way, to Vera's point, is who trained the data, who's managing the data, and are we reviewing the outcome of that AI to ensure that it's accurate and that it's accessible. So really looking around at your teams do the spot check, see who's using it and who's not. And then you can go back to your philosophy, you can go back to your strategy, and you can do the execution part of that, of informing, educating, training. Do that audit. Look around and see who's using the tools. Your IT departments can do this. They know who's logging in and clickety-clacking all through the different platforms and using it. Who's not using it, right? Who's hesitant to talk about it even? Those are the folks you really want to start to loop in. And that's where some of your plan comes, to Vera's point, so no one gets lost. Because AI is an empowerment tool when used the right way with the human piece in it. But if you're not ensuring that all of your teams are using it and understand it, then it's not going to scale without bias. That bias is going to continue. And leadership owns this. So this starts from the top down. So, you've got to find a way to ensure that when you're planting the seeds of any kind of change, let alone AI, start at the top and make sure that it's a positive rollout for everybody. And do those surveys. Have a way for folks to reach out anonymously or directly to help say, hey, I don't feel comfortable with this response, because I know I use AI in my personal and professional life, and some of the responses I get, I'm like, well, that was a little spicy, but okay, let's figure out why. And then I figured out why. It was my own fault. But doing all of these checks and balances will really ensure that the AI you are using in your organizations are scaling without bias as much as possible. And again, coming back to the individual side, how we use it in our personal lives, we're now helping to inform and train and guide how to use it safely in home. It's as simple as knowing how to go in and toggle off, use my data to train the model. Some of them come preloaded with that setting, others don't. Make sure we're understanding and guiding our team members of what's important, what's okay to upload and use and what's not.
I'm going to go to the chat for the summation on this one. Joe put trust but verify. So I like that. All right. Trust but verify. Oh, no. I'm feeding off of you too, my friend. Kristen, your thoughts?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I would say, I think Karen's point around this, a lot of this being on the managers is spot on. And I think there's also the managers need to help the managers manage inception of all of that, because I've heard and I've been a part of a lot of experiences where it's just get on the AI train or get off. And it's that's not particularly helpful to anybody. And I think a lot of people are also being tasked with hey, so-and-so seems to really be into this, so let them do it. And so it's creating opportunities for people who are very comfortable in that experimentation space, and naturally kind of making opportunities harder for people who don't naturally feel comfortable pulling up into that. And so I think one, being aware that there's probably a bias in our perception of the folks who are willing to raise their hand versus the folks who aren't, and balancing that out. But I come back to thinking about this like you would coach anything, right? Which is that as part, hopefully, of a performance review, you're telling people what they're excelling at, you're telling people what they need to work on. And I think it's pick a thing they need to work on, pick a component of the thing they need to work on, and see if there's an AI tool that can go in and help that. Give people baby steps who are maybe less comfortable, and just acknowledge that, just like if you were teaching somebody how to play tennis better or to have a better running form, you wouldn't just be run better or fall down. You'd pick a piece of what wasn't working and you'd have to coach them through it. It's more work. It's going to be more work for the teams to do that, right? But if that's something that you're serious about building from a culture perspective, you're going to have to put the work in to make it a more even playing field for everyone, because it's just fundamentally not going to be. The people who are more comfortable will always be the ones who will then get the bigger projects or the better exposure or whatever it is, unless you come in and try to help level that out.
Whew. You got me thinking of two different experiences I had real quick here. And one is seeing a C-suite leadership and then their +1 senior leadership go all in and say, we're going to do an offsite, we're going to do this, we're going to learn, we're going to do it. And then they use it in their town halls and they say, oh, they make it fun. They're like, oh, by the way, real quick, I'm going to ask, Gemini or something. Oh yeah, this is that. And then they would just make it fun and lighthearted, but they actually made it mandatory downstream as we're going to use it. And here's purposeful reasons why. Yeah. Going back to Karen as well, the why, right? But Kristen, you made me think about the other side of it, where I hosted a session not too long ago where I had senior leadership, kind of the same thing. And I was in charge of the offsite. First thing I said was, make sure you bring all your technology, because we're gonna set up your profiles, things like that. And we're gonna then show the why and the what. Out of all the leadership, and this was a big group, about 30 plus, one person brought their laptop. Everyone else brought their pen and paper. And I'm like, okay, we're going to talk about the why. We're also going to talk about the what. You can't, so it's like, yeah, we know how this is going to probably go later on. There's going to be a struggle bus a little bit, and so, wow. Sarah, your thoughts, my friend?
Well, first, I just want to say I'm absolutely loving all of the different perspectives here. And with those different perspectives is also a lot of commonality, right? We're all hearing that leaders need to recognize that AI doesn't automatically democratize opportunity. It scales whatever is already present in that system. So if an organization has an uneven access to that development, biased data or inconsistent manager capability, or maybe even different levels of digital competence, like we're talking about right now, Karen mentioned, who are the people not using it, right? AI can accelerate those inequities very quickly. So those things are really important. And we really have to ask, how do we design AI as part of the workforce architecture and not just as an ad hoc tool? That means looking at all the things, okay? Access, capability, governance, and trust together as one. Who has access to the technology? Who understands how to use it? Who feels safe experimenting with it, right? I mean, we say safety, but it's true. I mean, it can be scary, it can be uncomfortable for people. So who truly feels safe using it? Whose voice was included in the design, and what guardrails are in place to ensure that that tool is expanding opportunity rather than reinforcing old patterns or expanding risk? I'm part of a number of different networking associations and things like that. And one of the common things that I've heard is organizations from the top down saying, just use AI, use AI for efficiency, improve workflows, things like that. But there's no structure around what are the tools that the organization has adopted. You know what I mean? And if employees are just left to their own devices to figure out the tools on their own and figure out how they think they're supposed to use it, that is a lot of risk for a company that they're not thinking about until it's in their face with a lawsuit or something like that. Governance is really, really important. One of the things that I'm actively working on with our IT department right now, as well as legal, is developing a true, complete AI governance policy, because responsible adoption can't be informal or left to individual interpretation. Governance is what gives the organization and the employees a shared framework for appropriate use, privacy, accountability, bias awareness, and our expectations for human review. As we know, governance alone isn't enough. Employees also need that education. Education is key. They need psychological safety, and they need practical support from their leaders and the people around them. So for employees who are less digitally confident or historically underrepresented, organizations have a responsibility to intentionally build the bridge through a beginner-friendly training. AI office hours, peer learning circles, accessible formats, manager support, whatever that looks like. We have that responsibility to educate our people and adapt to those different learning styles. So, for me, innovation isn't simply just adopting the latest AI tools and jumping in it. The innovation is designing the systems where more people can access it. They know how to do it. They know the guardrails. You build the capability, and then they participate in the future of work.
You created a visual in my head with the workplace architecture. Let's put like that on a t-shirt with a bunch of like little robots or something like that, right? Or so, I don't know. And Alicia, and please correct me. I appreciate correction. No, I don't get the dub. This panel gets a dub. I feed off of their energy, insights, and yeah. So I appreciate that. I can't believe we're actually transitioning into our last phase, but that doesn't mean that our participants, and thank you again for taking time for yourself to develop and hear perspective, doesn't mean that you can not connect with our panelists. And thank you, Hacking HR, and please stay away for the sustainability conversation as we round out the last session for our summit as well. We're transitioning into that one action step. All right, I'm gonna pick at random this time. I think you know who's probably going to be picked, and then we can just build upon that. But what's that one action? And I will say my one action that I got from you all is do an audit. Okay, it's more than just awareness and the shiny object. Do an audit and check in the accessibility piece of it so that it's not an afterthought. And don't wait till it's in your face, right? It's literally in your face. Karen, lead the charge, my friend. Lead the charge.
Because
What's
my
the
name
one
is
action?
I'm a nice one. No, great question. And really, before anyone leaves this summit, you can always come back and rewatch it, right? So if you missed anything, just pick one process that or tool or a resource that your team is currently using with AI and go ask who it serves and who it might leave behind, right? From that fundamental standpoint. And you can take that and apply it to any department, but really do that check so that your philosophy for AI aligns with your strategy, aligns with all the compliance and governance pieces, and then use that as the layer to keep the human in humanity. And if you find that there's disparity or lack of inclusiveness or equity of how your team can access AI tools, education, and information, fix it. Don't ignore it, because you're just going to lose those folks, and it's not a win-win for everybody. And this has to be a win-win, not just for the organization, but for all of us as individuals, because AI is moving fast and furious.
Absolutely, my friend. Sarah, Kristen, Vera, and me, take yourself out. Me build upon that one action.
I would say, you know, the one principle or the one thing that I want to leave people behind with is build your AI strategies around human potential, not just what's technologically possible. There's so much pressure on everyone to create more automation, move fast, keep up. But the organization that will lead better in this next era are the ones that are able to expand capability, increase access, strengthen overall judgment, and unlock the potential across the workforce. I do wish we had more time because I have so much that I wanted to share around how I've used it and how it's benefited employee development. But I'll leave it there. Build your AI strategies around human potential.
Yeah, that's why you're going to come back.
I would love to.
Another summit, another experience, and then sign up for as many as you can, my friend. We would love to have you back. Kristen and or Vera, your last action.
I would say I agree with everything and just baseline it with each individual. So have an open conversation with every person on your team if you can. Just understand what their concerns are or what they're excited about, and make sure that the goals are accommodating of where they're at individually.
Absolutely. Surface the insecurities or a little bit of the fears and just embrace it a bit, right? I like that. Vera.
I would say at the end, we all don't just have corporate responsibility, but we have a social responsibility. And with that, when you implement AI processes or whatever tools, think about which skills they will replace, and then think about the people that will be affected and how can you make sure that they don't fall off the grid. Because if we don't do that, in 10 years from now, there will be a huge gap, and I would rather not see that. I would rather start closing this gap already and see how we as a whole develop a new working system where we have enough work for everyone, yet the efficiency that we hope for, and therefore overall, this is my personal hope, less work actually, and more free time to do what we love to do as humans, which is connect.
Absolutely. Absolutely, my friend. Please join me, participants, in a virtual round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, friends, for just taking time and sharing your perspectives and leaving us teasers, because we need participants. Thank you. Connect with our panelists. And thank you, Hacking HR, because I remember just a few years ago, it was a growing community. And I last checked, it's over 1 million global followers and participants. Oh my gosh. So thank you, Hacking HR, for this platform. But stay tuned for as we round out the session. Be well, be safe. Happy Friday, my friends. Thank you all so much.
right, here we are. I hope you all can hear me now because I was on mute. But I was just saying what a great conversation that was. And I hope everybody took a lot of notes, just like Dr. Frank Gonzalez did. And thank you so much for bringing up, the important topic of inclusion and not forgetting about that when we are implementing AI in our organizations. This is such a critical topic, and it's worth always talking about it. All right, I saw some questions in the chat about how to connect with the panelists and the moderators. So if you registered for this summit on the website, you can go on the website and then find the LinkedIn for all of the speakers in this summit. So make sure that you check out the website, the AIXsummit.com. I think our Hacking HR team will add the link in the chat once again. So make sure that you go there and that you officially register for this summit, because also you get a lot of free stuff. You get a certificate of completion. If you are a premium or premium plus member, you also get HR credits. You get a Pearson badge. And then, make sure that you sign up, because you also get 3 free months of Read AI. So don't forget to claim that goodie in the website. And we are, if you can believe it, at our last panel of this summit, and we are going to be talking about sustaining AI over time. What comes after the momentum? So what happens? What happens once this is implemented? How do we move forward, and how do we look to the future? And for that, I am bringing on stage Sajal. Let's see, there you are. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing great. Thank you so much for being here. And also, let me just say, Sajal is one of our community leaders in the Hacking HR Houston chapter. So if we have people from Houston or surrounding areas, make sure that you connect with her, and because they are doing amazing stuff in all of our local chapters.
We have an event coming up on July 14th, and we have different events coming up. So yes, please connect. We would love to meet with you in person and connect and talk about all of this stuff.
I love it. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for being here and for moderating this important conversation. And so I will leave you to it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Please. Okay, people. Hello. My name is Sejal Javed. I have been with Hacking HR for a while now, before COVID happened. So this has been a journey. And now we're talking about AI, and it's for me, it's very exciting to talk about it and see how we can use it. So I know we've been talking about how to use AI and AI adoption and how to implement it. So today we just want to focus on is what happens after the momentum. How are we handling it once we are trying to adopt it in our companies and then everybody else, and how we're going to do it. So we have a great panel over here. I would like to, Brizia, how do I see my panel? Okay, there you are. Hello, everyone. So I would love for you to introduce yourselves. And then we can just start this panel discussion today. I want to know what happens after the momentum. What are we doing? Somebody wants to start talking? I have a question, though, after the intro. And I think my first question would be for Dr. Nash. I have that question, which is, given your PhD research on leadership and change, okay, I just want... What do you think leaders are missing about sustaining AI over time? So, one, let's do the introductions, and then I would want you to follow with that question, Dr. Nash. Okay, Melissa, you want to start with your introductions?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa Montgomery, Vice President of Human Resources at Lennar. I've been an analyst now for just over 20 years, and very excited to be part of this wrap-up crew for the end of the summit.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sherry Chernak, and I'm the Chief People Officer at Isaacson Miller. I also am an executive coach and have an advisory practice focused at the intersection of people and transformation. And also excited to be on this closing panel.
All right, if we're continuing clockwise, kind of hi to all. Wow, so we've made it to the final panel of this amazing summit. How cool. I'm Adam Hopewell. I'm a people and talent executive focused on AI, workforce orchestration, trust architecture, organizational capability, based here in Washington, D.C., where we have a lovely warm day. Started implementing AI-enabled workforce systems all the way back in 2019 in China for a global insurtech company. Since then, I've spent 5 years leading HR and talent at an applied AI company serving major financial institutions globally. Also studied this topic, which I love, the data science and people analytics side of things extensively. Tend to look at AI as less of a tool and more of an operating system question. When organizations invest in AI and talent, what really determines whether that investment becomes sustained execution, trust, and value?
Okay. Ahmed?
Hello, yes, thank you for inviting me. My name is Muhammad Ahmed. I'm the director at Al Fateh Institute of Health Sciences in Pakistan, and I look forward towards this discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Nash, you want to take on that question now after your introduction? You're on mute. I think you're on mute.
Let's try that again now that I'm off mute. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Dr. Jennifer Nash. I am the founder and principal consultant of Jennifer Nash Coaching and Consulting. I'm based in Austin, Texas, and I'm delighted to be here today. I just want to give a big shout out to Hacking HR and Enrique and the entire team for making this summit possible and bringing this information to the people that need it so we can make the world of work better for everyone. Yes. So Jal, the question you have, that we're talking about today is how to sustain AI, over time and after the momentum. And so a lot of my research has focused on, leadership skills and change. And the question came up, what do I think leaders are missing about sustaining AI over time? And I will tell you that, over 3 decades of academic literature tell us that approximately 70 to 90% of all technical or digital transformation efforts fail. Now, that's a cost of about trillions of dollars for organizations globally. And I think that there are 3 reasons why that is happening. So the first reason is around leadership and strategy, right? So most transformation efforts don't take that human element into account. And I would propose for people on the call today that think about it this way. A tech transformation isn't really about the technology. It's about the people. And as a leader, your job is to create the strategy that connects that technical investment, the business outcomes, and the people. So the strategy needs to talk about questions like, what are we transforming and why are we doing that? How is success going to be measured? Who's going to be affected? And how are we going to support them through that change? And when the answers to those questions aren't clear, there's typically a lot of confusion and misalignment in the organization. So that's reason number 1. Reason number 2 is around change management. So a lot of organizations that I have worked with, they treat AI like a project with a finish line. They buy it, they decide which one they're going to get, they install it, and then they tell people to use it. But AI is really a long-term change journey, and it requires people to go through those different stages of change, because when you change something, change creates loss. And typically people need some time to grieve that loss. So when you don't build that into the transformation, there's a huge opportunity there for failure. Now, when you have change, you have early adopters, but you're also going to have change resistors, and they sometimes create the biggest roadblocks to that change. So when you're looking at implementing AI and sustaining it over the long term, you absolutely need a change management and communication strategy that will integrate all of these things. If employees don't understand why AI matters, how it helps them, and what's expected of them, it isn't going to work well. The third reason I want to bring up is employee adoption. So companies, like I mentioned, they'll roll out the tool, they expect people to know how to use it. But I'm curious, like in your performance systems, are you rewarding people for using the tool? What are the levers that you are using to encourage adoption within your organization? And oftentimes what I'm seeing is that, using it might cause changes for employees in their workflows that they don't know how to handle. For example, they might be spending a lot of time managing a whole bunch of bots, and now their time is spent trying to untangle the bots, figure out what's going on, fix the problems, and deal with that additional complexity that's caused by that combination of AI and human when the task and the judgment pieces aren't clear. So for people who are listening today, I have a download available for you. It's on complexity, and it's going to help you manage this whole integration that we're talking about. So we're going to drop that link in the chat for you, and you can go ahead and grab that download when you'd like. So addressing these three issues, the leadership and strategy, the change management, and the employee adoption are the three things that I see that are missing about sustaining AI over time.
I also feel that it differs from industry to industry, because some industries are very hardcore. They don't want to adopt AI. Like, for instance, like my company that I work for, Alley Theater, we are creative people, and they're like, oh, AI is killing our creativity, right? So it's like a very, in that one organization, you have creative people, you have administrative people. So I'm just saying that I think AI also, how you're adopting the policy also differs from industry to industry and company to company, and how you need to do it. And what's working for you may not work for another company. Mm-hmm. So that is very effective feedback. That is correct. So Adam, I have a question for you. Your work has focused on capability, capacity constraints in organizations heavily investing in AI, right? So what are the hidden constraints that stop AI momentum from turning into sustained execution?
All right, it's a relatively complex question. I'll kind of go operating on this.
Yes.
But I would start by saying I very much agree with Dr. Nash on her, especially around implementation, that leadership, change management, and employee adoption are key to getting the implementation to start off in the right place. But to me, the primary hidden constraints in ongoing AI momentum that I'm finding is typically actually architectural misfit. Organizations are tending to use the one word AI for very different operating models. And each of those operating models has different trade-offs. In my experience, the hidden constraints are best helped when companies consider three framings. So staying with Dr. Nash's model here of 1, 2, 3, I'm going to keep a 1, 2, 3 model as well. First, I'd say that there's the amplified human intelligence level, which I frame visually as being a microphone. This is where AI is mostly broad, it's individual, it's semi-organic LLM use. People draft, summarize, prepare, analyze, and think faster using their LLMs. It's valuable, but operationally, it's often uneven, it's lightly coordinated, it's hard to govern, and it's difficult to measure. It makes the human intelligence louder, but it doesn't automatically make the organization smarter. Second level of this, or second layer of this, would be the augmented human intelligence level. And visually, I'd frame this as being AI being a radio tower. It's deliberately embedded into existing workflows. Therefore, it supports managers, teams, decisions, knowledge flow, talent systems, customer service, finance, legal, operations, all of that good stuff. All the places where work is already happening. And there it can create a lot of coordinated value, but only if the workflow, data, decision rights, and the trust model are strong enough. Otherwise, it tends to just accelerate existing frictions or gaps or issues that are in the existing workflows. And at the third level, actually, I wouldn't even call a level. The third is what I call AI native work. And that's a real state transition. And I frame it visually as being a satellite constellation. So we've got a microphone, we've got a radio tower, and a satellite constellation. And this is where the work itself is redesigned around AI execution. So that's agents or systems to agents. We route, we check, we escalate, we learn across workflows. human work tends to focus on verification originally, on judgment, and on governance. And kind of each of those erodes over time as an organization becomes more and more AI native. But that's not necessarily right for all organizations, and it requires us to really consider that that's a completely different operating model. So the hidden constraint is about organizations applying the wrong AI architecture for the wrong kind of work, where they want to create value. They need to amplify work that needs workflow redesign or augment where it needs to be rebuilt, or they try and go AI native before the trust, accountability, data, decision rights, and governance are strong enough to support that. That's why I keep coming back to this, which is AI momentum has to be built with trusted and trustworthy foundations to correlate highly with the organizational capabilities. And as far as Hacking HR goes, they're at the moment syndicating a series of my articles on AI in the workforce. They've done it over the last 10 weeks. So please do check in those. And we're about to launch Trust OS, which is going to be a 3-part series, really focusing on how that helps organizations most.
I actually do agree with it. I think there's a lot of fear around adoption of AI, and in organizations, and then as HR, how are we navigating that? So I completely agree with it. Anybody wants to jump in and say something for that?
Sajal, are you referring to the fear that people have?
Fear people have, yes. The people are afraid of AI.
Absolutely. So, at the beginning when AI came in, everyone was like, oh my gosh, AI is going to take my job, and then it turned into, oh, well, AI isn't going to take your job. Somebody who knows how to use AI is going to take your job. And I would say that we're actually evolving past that right now to the point where AI is eliminating some of the skills that are so necessary for our younger employees as they're going through their career. And employers are requiring these entry-level roles to have these, middle career kind of skills, judgment, professional judgment, and critical thinking, and leadership and strategic thinking. And so thinking about the fear, let's shift that fear into something where we can actually do something with that energy and shift it from negative to positive. How do we help employees grow the skills that they're going to need to be effective? Like Adam was saying, not everything fits into that right model for the architecture. And it's the same here. We can't continue to operate with the same skills that we've been successful with. There are a different set of skills that we need to add on to that to be successful going forward. So yes, having a fear of something is understandable, but what can we do to mitigate that? And how can we then use it to help ourselves be even more effective going forward?
I think it's all about education. So, honestly speaking, I call ChatGPT one boyfriend. I call Claude one boyfriend. So I got 2 boyfriends right now. I'm just being funny. but for my purposes, when I use it, I think people use ChatGPT as like Google search. And that's not what it is. You can just do Google search. But at the end of the day, when say, oh, AI is going to take over your job, no, AI is going to take over. Because what you know is what you know. Like when I feed things into Claude or ChatGPT and create my documents and all of that stuff, I have the knowledge. When it spits it out, I can read it and I'm like, oh, it's correct. Oh, it's not correct. I have that knowledge. So I'm the one, okay, it's cutting down my time from maybe 2 hours to 10 minutes. But I still have to read it, and I have that knowledge. So that knowledge is not going away. It's just cutting down my time that I'm spending sitting and creating these policies and procedures, and I just give it bullet points and it creates it for me. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that says, yes, that is what it is. I like it. How do you use that as an HR operating system? So at the end of the day, that's how that's working. So I have a question. So Melissa, I think you talked about managers are already stretched thin, and now they're being asked to lead AI adoption on top of everything else. So how do you prevent this fatigue settling in, and how do you make sure that this happens accurately? You want to talk about that?
Sure. I think this is new for all of us. And this, just like Dr. Nash had said, there's that initial moment of like, this just feels like one more thing in a time when your phones are beeping and you're getting pinged online and there's so much that's happening. But one of the things I would push back on is the assumption that managers are expected to lead adoption on top of their existing workload. The framing of that is part of the problem. And I think that's what we can help our teams with. Adoption doesn't land well when it's handed down as another initiative to execute, because everybody feels like their buckets are already full. If you drop one more drop of water in there, it's going to pour over. But when you really look at, the fact that you can talk to the leaders about what problems they're trying to solve, what's slowing down your team, what's eating up your time, what information do you wish that you had? Start there. Start solving that with AI and not just a generic blanket use case. And I would really encourage people to resist the temptation to let everybody experiment in isolation. When you experiment in isolation, you get a lot of what we've already talked about. I'm using this as kind of a Google search tool versus as a team, let's sit down collectively. Let's talk about where our biggest problems are, where our biggest barriers are, and let's create a solution together. Now this is infused into my daily management. This is infused to my team's goals. It's in support of the work that we're already doing. And that gives you momentum. And that momentum reduces that feeling of stress or tension that you may have as you're incorporating a new tool into your workflows.
Okay, anybody wants to add something to that?
I think that covers nicely on the amplified and augmented use of AI. I don't know if that's sufficient to consider AI native considerations going forward, because the trust cycle becomes three-way at that point: human to human, human to AI, and AI to human. Can AIs trust the inputs they're even getting from humans at times? So I think it becomes a lot more complicated when we move into the AI native cycle. I think one interesting area I've seen on that is where there's been companies that have decided that certain roles will be completely replaced, and that there will be staff that are training up the AI systems to replace those. And how do you make sure that someone's motivated or is incentivized to be part of that? Because hell, if someone says my job's being over, I'm going to train up the AI that's going to take over from me, then my incentivization to do that seems to be somewhat limited. However, there are practical workarounds, and certain companies I've worked with already have looked at allocating equity in the organization based on how efficiently, so even after they leave the organization, they still remain party to the value that's been created by the work that they've done. And can even get equity post exit to the organization, depending on how much impact that has. That's a very commercial or like financial way to help keep someone in the loop, or the value creation, or part of the value that they've created. But I think we also need to consider that, especially at the AI native level, rather than just the augmented and amplified.
So let me ask all of you a question. What does it look like when AI is embedded in day-to-day operation? What does that look like?
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that one. I mean, in some ways it looks unremarkable. Like when AI is genuinely embedded, people aren't talking about it any longer as a separate initiative or pointing to it as a feature of how they work. It's inside the workflow. And in order for that to happen, a lot of the organizational infrastructure needs to change and be strategically driven. So how decisions get made, what gets reviewed by whom, what handoffs look like between people and machines. And organizations where AI is truly embedded have had to explicitly redesign those things. So decision rights, accountability, information norms, workflows, org structure. And the organizations that haven't done that work may be using AI consistently, and even individuals might feel invested, but it won't be truly embedded if the operating model around it never changes.
Yes, I would like to add, the question is good, and the embedding of AI is actually concerned with the intention behind it. If the team is involved, if there is focus on it, if it is for some sort of a purpose, then embedding is fine. Otherwise, it can create problems, it can create rifts between the team, and it can take them away from what is their original goal. So we have to be careful, and we have to involve the team as well as what is our actual goal that we want to achieve. Thank you.
I'd also add on to Mohammed's point there that AI is distinctly one of the least static and probably the most dynamic technologies that any organization has ever been involved in implementing. The capabilities have changed so radically since 2019 when we first used IBM Watson to using AI now, Cursor, and the various very high capability applications that can be applied. Even a couple of years ago, pilots we led with very talented developers. The developers were saying, nah, this just isn't good enough. It can't help us. We don't want to use it. We actually, initial pilots struggled on the basis of their rejection. Now you'd even get a Dario Amodei, or you get like leading programmers from all across the world who would say 80% of my work is basically can be helped and supported, if not done, by the AI systems. And I'm in a verification and governance model for my workflows at this point. And we've mostly got to consider that we've got the weakest form of AI today that we'll ever have. It's improving on almost a monthly, iterations happening, versioning happening on a monthly basis. We've got to not just think about the AI of today, we've also got to think about the dynamic evolution of the AI of tomorrow and how that is most integrated into the value creation of the workplaces that we're in. And that one, man, I've had a lot of great brains sat around the boardroom tables trying to brainstorm and figure out the future scenario planning on that one. And I don't think anyone's got an answer, a definitive answer yet. But I think it requires us keeping enough optionality in our organizational design and our investments going forward that we can respond as those systems develop and improve their capabilities.
So let me ask you a question. I know we have a lot of fear in our organizations. It's like AI is taking our jobs, right? We have this fear. Everybody has this fear. So I guess my question is, can you give me an example, which is, I want to make this a positive thing. Can you give me an example where we can say, where human judgment was better than what AI could have done? So yes, we need, so in what instance, yes, we need this human element, and then what in instance we have this AI thing? So anybody wants to answer that?
Yeah, I'm happy to throw one in. I'll start with the performance calibration. So you can think about a couple of different scenarios. One is in deciding who the top performers are based on what's in the review system, having AI do it. Performance reviews capture pretty thin slice of what actually happened, and also what is top of mind for the person at the moment they're writing a review. They don't capture necessarily the totality of work that someone took on, whether they were handed a hard assignment or an easy one, whether they were dealing with something serious outside of work that year. They don't capture the behavior that may not have been incorporated. So that's, one version. And then the extraordinary version of that is, what if AI is being used to build a cut list during a layoff? You're now making real decisions about people's livelihoods based on, a performance record that was never designed to be complete. All the context can go away. And while the model looks rigorous, there can be a lot of bias embedded in it. And so what human judgment does here that AI can't is surface context. And then humans in conversation with other humans will surface things that AI can't or won't. And so there's value in that dialogue as well, and also a reminder that some things should never be disintermediated in terms of having no human intervention.
Thank you for that, Sherry. Anybody else wants to answer that? Great point.
I would like to add that, for example, if you have the customer service, so for the AI, there can be the tasks that are that are being doing again and again. But for the human part, they can create the connection between the customer and the company. They can attract the customer, they can sell more products to the customer. And also, like with the AI, we can quantify the things instead of improving the quality of the things, and the quality can be improved by the human experience and how we connect as humans. And the AI, it can do the task that needs to be done so that more and more people can be targeted. Thank you.
As a simple catch-all, I'd say that the main areas where data lacks lived experience, contextual nuance. That sounds very complicated, but essentially that is, from my perspective, the simplified version of what we're looking at. And when we've got lived experience, which AI systems don't have, and maybe until they're embodied and have the memory abilities to do that, they won't have, and contextual nuance that doesn't live in data sets is where they're still the weakest. And that's where human capabilities and governance and verification, to me, still kicks in the strongest. So that's where we look across workflows to find those areas to make sure that human intelligence is ensconced and augmented, amplified, yes, but not fully AI native in those areas.
So what I hear is, yes, we're using AI to help us, but human judgment will still prevail, right?
Yes. Yeah. AI can give us the what and output, almost like a scorecard, right? But it doesn't tell us how we got there, and it doesn't tell us what went into that.
Yep.
And I think that's a lot of what we're talking about here is the human influence that gives you the context is not something that AI is capturing currently. And that's where human in the loop becomes really critical.
But I am finding more organizations trying to capture their organizational narrative so that does capture the contextual nuance going forward. And is it perfect? No, it's not. But then human recollection isn't perfect either. There are organizations striving to bring that culture or that lived experience nuance to the training data their systems are now using to help with decision making. So, like, as I say, very dynamic area.
So let me ask you a question. So what is the biggest difference? What separates? Let's look at this way. What separates organizations that are still talking about AI and then ones that have actually implemented it? So, and like, what are we looking at?
According to me and what the research that I have done, the companies who are just thinking about AI and the companies who have actually done AI, it is actually an issue of trust. The ones who trust AI and who think that AI can help them in exceeding their goals or meeting them, those companies are who are moving forward in the era of AI. But those companies who are still have fear, who have doubt, and who don't trust the process, it can be that they don't have confidence in their current abilities of AI, or it can be that they didn't have any good experience. In any case, we have to know the importance of AI and that how it can change our company for the best as well and for the worst as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Also tempted to push back a little on the question because I don't like the concept of implementing AI. Because as I say, I think there's many different variations or gradations of implementation of AI, and they require different considerations and different operating models beneath them.
Let us know. What? Okay. What do you think?
I think there's also a question about like planning and investment at the outset. So a lot of what organizations have already done or are already doing at this point will influence how they turn out. Being originally a change management practitioner, I'll bring up the concept of quick wins as an example. What are organizations trying to accomplish with these quick wins? Early momentum can be a signpost of something bigger and more sustainable, or it can be, the end in and of itself. It can be something that sounds great at an all hands or on a podcast or in an article, but there's a difference between what's on the plot line of the larger change you're building and what's designed to create excitement now, maybe because there's internal or external pressure. So the organizations that turn momentum into real capability are making different bets. They're investing differently in skill building. They're updating decision rights. They're setting goals and guardrails. And it's actually the most unexciting, unsexy work that is going to make those organizations able to sustain things. And then they're also recognizing that they don't have all the answers now. So for example, putting a learning infrastructure in place that anticipates that we don't know what kind of learning will be required as the downstream effects of AI accumulate That's going to be really important, because how can we train for something that we don't actually know what's going to look like? So it's a lot of the infrastructure building that's going to be really important. And it's why it's important to think about it now versus in the future about how to sustain something.
So
I love that, Shari, and keeping that optionality there. Like, because in a dynamic, unknowable future, the optionality is the key to being able, and investment optionality. Like I've talked to a number of organizations about, okay, they want to put X amount of investment into this and say, okay, I will keep your reserve because you're going to see how this pivots. You're going to see how it changes. You're going to see dynamic movement on this. There's no doubt about that. One thing that we can be certain of is that there's going to be evolution and dynamic evolution of this as a concept. So keeping that optionality in play, I think, is really important at the board and C-level.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that I agree, Shari, and I think one of the other things that happens when we launch and then we don't scale is because we haven't really examined the underlying workflows. And so when you have a really broken or really complex process, AI doesn't fix it, it just scales it. And so not only is it not the same exact solution regardless of industry, but also within each company, being able to be really thoughtful and intentional around your processes is the only way that you're going to be able to move that goalpost, or else you're just going to end up in a bigger traffic jam. It's just now an AI.
Yeah, companies, we've seen that companies are spending billions of dollars on this AI investment already, but most of them aren't realizing any value. And, to go back to the idea of this governance and the workflow changes, I think there's really a critical issue there for many organizations. As Adam is saying, there's a difference between where we are now with AI and where we'll be in the future. But I think the constant that's going to stay the same is, how do we handle this from a governance perspective? How do we handle this from a workflow day-to-day, like roll up our sleeves and figure out what is changing perspective? One of the clients that I was recently working with, they came to me and said, look, we have a team member who pulled together some data, financial data, using their internal AI tool. And the team member had to present that data to the executive team. Well, they did that. And the executive team turned around and made some strategic business decisions and investments based on that data. Well, it turns out that data was incorrect because there was no context and there was no professional judgment used to figure out were the sources and the estimates and things, accurate. So as we see, like, there was a governance piece missing for that organization, and they are paying the cost of that and the consequence of that dearly. So looking at how do we really shift to make sure that there's a governance piece embedded in this, as well as the workflow piece, I think is critical going forward. I have a newsletter that I wrote on this on LinkedIn if people want to grab that. But it really speaks to how do we make sure that when we sustain AI over time, that we're actually getting value from this, not just the initial sunk cost of the investment.
So what I'm hearing from all of you is that AI is not a technology challenge. Okay. It's more of a leadership challenge. It's about capability. It's about understanding and how we are using it for our people, right? I'm getting a nod from everybody. So that's what we're looking at it. So it's about organizations. Like, I just feel like some people are okay with implementing AI right now. Some people are like so far back, like, I don't want to do it. There's a lot of things happening right now for people, but at the end of the day, it is going to happen. So I guess, my question from you, all of you, and I would like to hear from all of you is that if you can tell HR and business leaders, one piece of advice is about from now until the next 5 years, is how can we sustain AI, implement it, and how we can sustain AI in organizations? What would that be?
Yes, I will start by saying that AI, after all, is just a tool. The real MVP is the employee, the people. So what we need to focus on that how can we use AI to improve the skills of our people, to build their confidence, and to help them scale the business. And if we can do that by involving AI in the knowledge bases, in the education of the of the employee, then we are on the right track. Thank you.
Since this is Hacking HR, I'll focus on HR leaders, because I think for the business, it's about setting strategy and clear goals and doing the infrastructure work that I talked about earlier. But, HR actually has levers that can help create a sustainable approach, learning design, performance management, incentives, and employee listening. These are, the old, OG tools, but they're underleveraged in AI adoption conversations in many organizations because technology is leading and people's strategy is following if it shows up at all. So pointing those levers at sustaining AI capability, at teaching and reinforcing discernment, at rewarding the people who catch problems and ask hard questions, and at listening for early signals that maybe reversion to the mean might be starting, because that's a risk of all LLMs. So HR should use the tools at its disposal in a strategic way around AI sustainability.
I agree.
I think I'd come in from a slightly OD perspective, organizational design development perspective. This is my one. But one piece of advice would be to stop treating AI as a tool rollout, aligned with Mohammed there, but to start treating it as an operating model choice with trade-offs. Know which work should be amplified, which should be augmented, and whether you are ready and value creation is radically increased by going AI native. It comes down to those fundamentals of the organizational design and how that is aligned with value creation, from my perspective.
So if I could give HR and business leaders one piece of advice about sustaining AI over the next 5 years, it would be this. Be careful how you are addressing your entry-level people, right? We see organizations jumping to eliminate those entry-level roles. We see them moving to, require these senior level skills from entry-level people when they've had no opportunity to build those skills. And when we look at our leadership pipeline going forward to lead the organization through the rest of these AI changes that are coming, we're going to have a massive gap there. There's going to be a knowledge transfer gap. There's going to be an experience gap. So how do organizations start to look at that now and make sure that they have the right people at the right moments and the right roles so that that capability in that pipeline isn't empty? So looking at how do we handle I call it the skill drift of AI and what organizations are going to require going forward.
Yes, everybody's had such great commentary. The only thing that I will add is, just like anything, this is a change management strategy, not a technology strategy. And be intentional with the impact you want to get. When you are able to produce results and those results are relevant to people, you automatically gain buy-in. And this is only going to amplify the need for human judgment and human skills. And we're the humans and human resources. So we lead the way with that.
So I know we're talking about it. So if I say just give me an example of how would you use AI in your company? Like, how are you using it? Anyone?
I think that's a very complex, multifaceted question to throw in at the end there. I don't know if anyone wants to dive into how I would use AI in the company.
Yeah, what do you use?
Right off. But I would say if you want it simplified down, like how would I use it? With trusted judgment, okay, with careful consideration, judicious use to applied value creation. Like I know that those will sound like heady concepts, but if we're trying to say how do we use it across a breadth of organizations, through a breadth of developing and dynamic situations, then to me, trusted judgment is probably the two words I'd say are most important to hold on to. Building, and you can build an operating system within your organization, a trust operating system, but really focus. What I've seen where organizations are succeeding is where this is done on that three-way basis, human to human, human to AI, and AI to human. And really thinking about that synergy, those three links, and how you measure and build trust across each of those three links. That's where I'm seeing greatest momentum being captured going forward at this point, with the fundamentals that Sherry, Dr. Nash, and other people have mentioned as well, being put in place towards the original implementation.
So basically what I hear all of you saying is that the organizations that will be successful are not the ones that are going to implement AI to the most capability, whatever, but it'll be who will implement AI thoughtfully into their systems and how people work and how they learn and how they make decisions every day. It's that's how we're going to lead in the future, and that's what's going to sustain. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Exactly.
And they start with value creation, because especially AI native organizations that are going to be born, entrepreneurialism is going to go rampant, and organizations that design themselves AI native are going to carry a lot less operating cost because they will have a lot less individuals involved, and they will eat the lunch of those companies that don't make adjustments. We've got a bit of a Moloch problem going on here. So you've got to also take into consideration, like this is how we did it in the past, but is that optimized to value creation for our customers, value creation for us as an organization? Because that's going to become the primary North Star for organizations going forward to stay competitive in their markets.
So as a closing remark, because I know we're nearing our time, so if I would say, what is one piece of advice that you would give HR practitioners right now about sustaining AI right now, what would your advice be?
Well, the first advice that I would give to HR would be to educate the people about this AI, the technology, and also to make the processes and use AI for the feedback instead of using AI to get the people to do the job. Let people do the job, give them the instructions, and then use AI for the feedback to improve the people, because our main job is not to improve the AI but to improve our employees so that they can be an asset for the company in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to invert the word value a little bit from value creation and say go back to core values and strategy. Where organizations should be trying to accomplish something, and I think a lot of them are making weather vane decisions right now that are going to come back to haunt them. So I'd say stick to what you're all about in creating and implementing your AI strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say the fundamentals of change management are exactly the same, and the fundamentals of people leadership are the same. We're just implementing it with a new technology.
I think this session was on sustained momentum post-implementation. So to me, sustained momentum's it's not about more AI activity. It's about compounding organizational capability and value creation. Like, don't consider it just about doing more. Consider about what is the strategic purpose of doing that more.
Yeah, and I think like all of us have talked about, AI is really not a technical transformation. It's a people transformation. So keeping that human element at the forefront of all of the decisions that you're making around AI as you're going through that leadership strategy, as you're going through that change management, as you're going through looking at governance and changing workflows and employee adoption, keeping all of that in mind and making sure that you're integrating the chief people officer and the CHRO and making sure that they have a seat at the table to have those conversations and provide that viewpoint that sometimes isn't necessarily part of some of those other conversations and decisions that are happening. I think that would be one of the key pieces of advice I would give organizations today.
So in this all discussion, what I've heard is yes, we want to use AI. I love AI. We're going to use AI. However, the organizations that are going to survive and are the ones that sustain AI with the people perspective in mind, right? That's what I've heard from all of you today. Is that it's so the organizations that are going to succeed over the next 5 years they're not going to be the one that use AI the most. They're going to be the ones that use AI that integrate AI into how people work, learn, collaborate, and make decisions. That's what I'm hearing from all of you today from this conversation, right? So it's about AI is not about, it's about how leadership makes it happen for their people and how we sustain it, right? So AI may provide the momentum, but leadership is what sustains it. So it's up to all of us is how we implement it, how we use it across our organizations, whichever way that we are using it, and how people understand it. So those are my last words. Any last words from anybody else before we say sayonara to everyone?
I like your last focus there on leadership as well, because I think leadership is, we're asking a lot of leadership at this time. We're asking a lot of management. We're asking a lot of everybody across the entire organization. And I think to look at it from a three-layered function of building foundations, creating architecture, and then leadership, and leadership across levels, all levels, like within this is helpful to think of, Salgo. So yeah, I align with that as much.
I would like to say HR, there's a lot expected from HR all the time. And now AI has added another layer into it. And now we need to learn because we need to provide this guidance for people. So I feel like people don't realize, but there's another layer added on top for all of us as HR professionals. So I would like to give a nice hug to all my HR people and say, I hear you. There's a lot going on right now. And yes, we need to all stick together. There's a lot of change happening, and everybody looks up to us to know the change and implement the change, whether we're ready or not, right? We don't have a choice. It's like, you need to jump in. That's happening. Okay. So anyway, I would like to thank all of you today for this panel. It's exciting conversation, and people connect with all of us on LinkedIn if you want, on Hacking HR. We're here. We'll be talking about this thing. So that's what we're here for. So thank you so much for this very interesting session. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you from my side as well.
Thank you all. Thank you to our amazing panelists. And that is a wrap on the AI Experience Summit. Thank you so much for joining us in these 3 days of learning and sharing and connection. Again, if you haven't done so, please go into the website for the summit. There you will also find the LinkedIn for all of the speakers that you saw in our panel. So make sure that you connect with them. And make sure to claim your 3 months of free Read AI. Thank you, Read AI, for giving us that goodie. To all of the participants, also big, huge thank you to our sponsors, HiBob, Talent Lab, Workday, Preflight AI, and Papaya Global. You believe this matters. Thank you so much. And thank you to our Hacking HR team, Barb, I know you're in the chat, and of course to the amazing Director of Operations, Jessa, who stayed up all night with us to make this summit happen. Thank you so much, Jessa. And to all of you, you came here for 3 days, you showed up, you listened, you engaged, because you believe AI matters, because you believe your people matters, and because you believe the way we build this technology, which is the human way, matters. Thank you again, and I will see you until next time. Have a great rest of your day or night. Bye, everybody.